Okay. Dun, da, da, da. Mm. La 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 la. Awesome stuff. Okay. Right. Nice one. Let's get it. Okay. Then I'm going to bring this up like this. Okay. Hello to that wonderful person tuned in on YouTube and on TikTok. Hello, Maz2, RNC1, Menado. Hello, Sunshine. Hello, Demise Tulu. We are doing some meal prep this Saturday. Hello. Meal prep session in session. Meal prep session in session. Okay, so let's see. Today is June 14th. Awesome. Hello. Okay, so we've got 240 grams of this. Hello, Fantahan. Hello, Joanna. Hello, Titi. Alrighty, let's get this going. Grams of coconut pumpkin left over. Let this good. Okay, hello. We are doing some meal prep this weekend. I've got some. By the way, if you're tuning in for the first time, I am Phoebian. I go by Creative Phoebe Cooks. Thank you for tuning in. I'm about to start to make one of the snacks that I need for next week. So for that, I need some. Hello, TikTok. We are working on some meal prep. I need some honey. I need some matcha for that. I need some. What else do I need? Do I need tahini? Maybe some coconut. That, some salt. I don't think I need tahini. hello. Okay, let's get this going. Let's get to this. Hello on YouTube. Hello, TikTok. Thank you for tuning in. We're doing some meal prep this Saturday. Be sure to share this live. If you're on TikTok, be sure to tap the screen, letting me know what you want to. Letting me know that you're loving this live session. So let's get to it. Okay. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. I think I'm going to. Alright. Let me add in some. Let me see. Definitely need this seeds. Okay. So here I have some coconut and pumpkin discard. I made some coconut and pumpkin milk last night. And instead of throwing it, because normally in the past I would throw this discard, but I'm trying to make a really tasty snack with them, and it turned out amazing. So I'm going to be adding in some hemp seeds. Last time I did not measure the ingredients, but this time around I'm going to measure them out just so I'll be able to replicate it in the future. So that's hemp seeds. And then next, I'm going to add in, actually, let me whisk it in. Mix it in. So there you have it. The hemp seeds and the coconut. I feel like on YouTube you can't see what I'm doing. I think this is much better on YouTube. Hello. Tune in on TikTok. Oh my gosh. What is going on? Okay. Let me connect this again. Okay. Okay, I think this is good. Okay. I think this is good. Turn it this way. Oh my god. What is going on here? Okay, let me fix this. Okay, praying that this works. Okay. Hello. Thank you for your patience. I'm trying to make sure that this tripod sits well during the live session. Okay. Can you guys hear me all good? If so, let me know in the comment section. Be sure to share this live. Okay. I'm going to be meal prepping different items for the upcoming week. Okay. All right. I think this is good. Hello, YouTube. Okay, I think this is good on TikTok. Okay, let's get this going like this. Let's get this going like this. Can you guys hear me all good? Awesome, awesome. Hello, Nita. Thanks for joining. Hello, HG Blessing. Trying to figure out making sure that everything looks good on both platforms, YouTube and TikTok. I'm working on my snack for the upcoming week. So that in here I have in some coconut and pumpkin left over after making milk, and then I added in some hemp seeds. Be sure to um be sure to if you're cooking along with me, let me know. Let me know in the comment section below. Let's cook together. Let me know if you have any questions about what I'm making. On Thursday, which was like 2 days ago, I was working on my meal prep, my meal planner here on the live sessions, and one of them was this matcha coconut bar snack I wrote down. I'll show that to you in a little bit. Be sure to share this live session with your loved ones, your family members, your friends. Okay, we're doing meal prep Saturday. After adding that in, I'm going to add in some honey. Okay. Hello, Sylvie. Oh, I need to measure it out. I need to make sure that it works next time I make it. Okay, on Thursday I was doing some eyeball method while making granola, but today I want to measure some things out so that when it's time for me to share this recipe, you can have all the details. Okay, what are you guys preparing today for next week? What would you like to eat next week? Okay, let's talk about it. So I need some honey to go in this, and not too much. I don't want this to be too sweet because the coconut and the pumpkin have some sweetness to them. So I'm thinking, let's see, a few more to go, a few more meals to go. Hello to every wonderful person watching on YouTube. Hello, hello. Share this live session if you're loving it so far. Let me know if you have any questions. Yeah. So that's 55 mils of honey. I'm trying to think about what else to add in here. I'm definitely adding in matcha powder. Okay. So if you're tuning in for the first time, if you're just tuning in, I'm starting off by making a snack. So this is a matcha coconut snack. And then what I'm going to do is after mixing it all up, I'm going to put it in these molds and then put it in the freezer so that it can form. Then I'll pop it out and be able to have it as a snack for next week. Hello to Joseph Jackson. Hello, June. Hello, hello. What are you preparing this weekend for next week in terms of food? What kind of foods are you looking forward to eating next week? Are you a meal prep kind of person? Do you guys do meal prep subscriptions? Let me know. I've never subscribed to meal prep services. I've always made them myself. But others actually prefer meal prep services. And that's okay. If that's you, let me know in the comment section. Okay. It's okay to say hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Hello, creative cooks. That's how I love to call us all. Okay, welcome to the session. I'm still trying to figure out how it works on TikTok. Okay. All right, let's get this going. This honey is in. I'm thinking about adding 1 full tablespoon of matcha powder to this. Adding matcha to this snack also adds a nice unique flavor to this snack. And since matcha is also an energy booster, it would be, you can consider this snack an energy snack. Okay. I want to mix very well, making sure the honey is very well distributed. Very well distributed. Okay. I just did some dishes, so I need to pop this open so that the dishes dry. Alright. I have to pop that dishwasher open so that it can be completely dry. Okay. Hello. Hello to everyone tuned in. Awesome. So next I'm going to add in matcha powder. And I need a full tablespoon for that to give it some color as well as to give it flavor. Now that I think about it, maybe 1 is too much, but we'll see. This is 1 tablespoon. Oh yeah, this is good. So here I have green matcha powder. Okay. Just 1 tablespoon of that. Okay. All right, I'm gonna mix that in, but before I do that, let me add in other spices I would like to go in this. I want to add in some cardamom. I made some cardamom powder on Thursday during a live session, and then I'm going to be adding in some salt to give this some flavor as well. So since I'm already doing adding everything in, like the dried ingredients, the powders, let me add these ones in as well. Okay, so cardamom, smells so good, so good. I'm going to add in, I want to say half a teaspoon. Yes. 1 teaspoon of cardamom powder. And then I'll add in a 1/4 teaspoon of salt for a balance in flavors. How are you guys loving this session? Let me know in the chat. Actually, I'm adding in 1/8 of a teaspoon. Okay. Fine Himalayan salt. That's what I just added in. And if you're wondering what I'm doing over here, I am writing down the recipe so that I can replicate this in the future. Okay? Because last time I made it, I didn't write it down. And sometimes I like to cook like that. Okay? Hello, Marcel. Hello, Hawa. Marcel, hello. Hello to everyone tuning in. I wish I could tell you guys. Well, I did say hello, Creative Cooks on YouTube. So, hello, Chanita Thomas. Hello, Mike J. Hello, Speedy. Hello, Dot. Hello, man. Hello, Hussy Cat. Hello, Judy. Thanks to everyone tuning in. I am making a coconut scotch pumpkin matcha bar. And oh my goodness, this is smelling so good already. I added in some hemp seeds for nice source of nutrients, right? So hemp seeds provides you with good amounts of protein and omega 3s and 6. You know what? I actually do need to do some more in-depth research on the main difference between omega 3 and 6 because the mega research I did not too long ago wasn't that deep, but I learned that one of them it's best to capitalize on one of them than the other to reduce inflammation in the body. Do you guys know about that? If you do, let me know in the chat. Let's make this interactive. Okay? Tell me, do you eat hemp seeds? Do you make your own snacks at home? Hello? We are cooking this Saturday. We're cooking some deliciousness. I've got a snack going here. This is a no cook snack, all totally raw but delicious as well. I want to mix everything in there. Okay, so everything gets well incorporated. I could have transferred this to another container, but I don't want to do that. I can use other containers for something with larger capacity. If you're tuning in, let me know where you're tuning in from. I'm here in Chicago. Where you guys all tuning in from? Prioritize omega 3 to reduce inflammation. Well, there, Becoming Truth. Thank you so much for saying that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Since we're on that topic, which one is it? Plants or animals that provide one or the other? Yeah, which is it? Because everything is so connected. So yes, Becoming Truth on YouTube mentioned that it's best to prioritize omega 3 to reduce inflammation. I love that. Now I have to do even more research so that when I'm working on my meal plans before preparing meals like this, I can make sure that I'm getting my facts in order and feeding my body what it needs to be fed so that I'm not feeding it sources for inflammation. Do you guys consider that when meal prepping? Yes, no. We all learn every single day. Every single day we are learning. Okay, so if you're tuning in, just tuning in, it's Meal Prep Saturday. I love preparing most of my meals on Saturdays. In the past, I would do some on Sundays, but I realized that really made me tired since Monday was the beginning of the work week. And I have pretty nice long days. So Saturdays are best for me so that I can have picnics on Sundays. I can just rest on Sundays, do some reading, go to church, spend time with the Lord. Okay. So meal prep Saturday, that's what we're doing today. Here I've got a snack going. It has a coconut pumpkin milk leftover. So last night I made a coconut pumpkin milk, and the leftover normally I would discard it, but today, actually the last couple of times I've been saving the discard and making a snack out of it. So it has a coconut pumpkin discard. It has hemp seeds for extra nutrients. It has some salt, some cardamom. It also has some matcha powder, which is why it has this green color. Okay. It also has honey for nice sweetness. I don't want it too overpowering. So there's that. It also has coconut oil. Did I add coconut oil in it? I can't. Did I? No, I didn't. I didn't. I know this because I'm writing down all of the ingredients. The last time I made this, I didn't write out the ingredients. I was having so much fun. I didn't care about the ingredients. I didn't even write an ingredient list. And today, this is very good for you. Thank you. So Ilu, I hope I'm saying your name right. What do you mean by this is very good for you? I want to know more about what you're saying. Let me make sure I don't miss any comments. Okay. Nice one. Okay. The food is very healthy. Thank you, thank you. Have you made a snack similar to this? Ilu Hanu. Let me know if you have. I think this is actually better for me to see what's coming in. Awesome stuff. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna add in some coconut oil. Okay. Let's see. I don't need that much, but the coconut oil helps to bind everything. Since I'm gonna be putting this in the freezer, it would help bind everything well, and then adds an extra coconut flavor to the recipe since there's also coconut in here. Okay, so that's 20 mils. Yes, that's 20 mils. If you don't want to use coconut oil, I think another good one you can use is you can use avocado oil. You can also use olive oil, but just keep in mind that if you're using extra virgin olive oil, it will definitely affect the overall taste of the food. That's not an issue really, but it's just something to keep in mind. Okay, so that's 21 mils of coconut oil. All right, what else? I think this is it. Mix, mix, mix. It's going to be a bit tougher to incorporate the coconut oil in this because the mixture is cold. And I already know that the coconut oil and the honey are solidifying very quickly because the coconut pumpkin discard is cold. So you really have to get in there, mix everything really, really well so that everything will be very well incorporated. I feel like transferring this to another container to make the mixing process quicker. Let me see. So I'm going to do that. Okay. Yeah. This is so much better. It will also make it easier for me to transfer the. It would also make it easy. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. All right. All right. Guys, let me know how you're loving this live session. Feel free to write something in the comment section. If you're on TikTok, be sure to like this video. All you gotta do is tap the screen. Just don't go too hard and hurt your fingers, but tap the screen. Let me know you're loving this live session. Okay, share it, share it, share it on your stories, share it on with your meal prep groups, with your mom groups, your dad groups. Share it, share it, share it. Share this live session. Tap on your screen to 500 likes on TikTok. 500 likes. That's what I'm aiming for right now. Okay, 500 likes. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, I'm about to taste this very, very soon. Just want to make sure that it is very well incorporated. You may think to do this in a food processor, but honestly, I don't think that would be necessary. Okay, because all you gotta do is mix, 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 mix. Okay, I'm gonna try this very, very soon. All right, all right, all right. Okay. Okay, I think everything is well incorporated. Can you guys see this? Hello, hello. I hope you guys are doing well. So this is what it's looking like, nice and green. Okay. Hello, Jocelyn. I'm doing pretty well. I hope you're doing well too. How are you doing? How are you doing? Okay, let me taste this. It doesn't taste as good as I made it the first time. And I think I know why. The matcha definitely stands out. Okay. But I think I need to add in more coconut oil and more honey. This is what happens when you don't measure out the ingredients. The first time it tasted so good. So good. Okay. I'm going to add in more honey. If you have agave or maple syrup that you prefer, do that. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, I added in some more honey. I added in 30 mils more. I think this should be more than enough. I don't want this to be too sweet. Okay. Oh my goodness. Guys, update. Not guys. Creative Cooks. Update on. Oh, Josie. I am making a matcha coconut snack. Okay. I'm making a quick snack for the upcoming week. Okay. So this is what, 85 meals. So it has some matcha in it. It has matcha powder. It has coconut oil. It also has hemp seeds, as well as some cardamom powder. I think I need to add in some more cardamom powder. It has some raw honey. What else does it have? Himalayan salt to balance the tastes. Is this what I used? No. I need the other one. So yes. Okay, I understand now. Thank you. You are absolutely welcome. Absolutely welcome. So I'm gonna add in more cardamom because I really want to stand out. Actually, let me make that a teaspoon and a half of cardamom. I really want that nice, strong taste. And then this was 20 mils, so 40. Okay. All right. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Okay. Oh, yes. Speaking of the granola I made on Thursday. Oh my gosh. Yes. So one of the jars is completely empty. And this is it. This is it. Can you guys see? Yes. So I filled up on Thursday. I made granola, and I shared it here on live session. It was a coconut cashew granola. It was so good. I was literally munching on it while storing it, and it filled up two large mason jars. And so yesterday was Friday, so you can imagine I made some milk yesterday and had some of that milk with the granola. It was amazing. It wasn't too sweet. It wasn't overpowering. Tasted just right. And one of the jars is gone. Totally gone. But I have the other one in the back of the fridge as a form of self-control, and is in the bottom at the back of the fridge. So that will help me not have to access it too much. Again, I even though I did make it with honey, I don't want the I don't want to consume too much sugar content on a daily basis. I want to make sure that I am balancing out my sources of food and nutrients. So if you want an update on that, that's what's up. Hearts, hearts. All right, I'm sending hearts to you all on YouTube. Feel free to share this live session. Let me know what you're loving about it. Okay. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Share this live session with your loved ones, with your meal prep friends, buddies. Let me know what you have on your meal planner for next week. I want to know. I want to know. I also want to get inspired. Okay. Okay. I'm hoping this is ready. Mmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. The cardamom, the matcha, everything is making sense right now. And I love that. I do. So I'm going to fill these up. I'm going to fill up these molds. So these are the molds I'm using. This is one of them. It's a silicone mold. Okay. And I have a yellow one here. And these are easy to just pop out the snack after it has chilled in the freezer. So I'm going to give them a quick rinse to wash off any dust. Meanwhile, feel free to share this live session. Share it, share it, share it. Tap on that screen if you're on TikTok. Let's get to 500 likes. Okay. Let's interact. After making this snack and putting it in the freezer, I'm going to show you what I just got from a quick grocery haul. Very, 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 it was very quick, very snappy. I literally spent like 7 minutes in the store and just got everything I needed. So here's this. Okay, see you, my friend. I'm going to eat breakfast. See you soon. Thank you so much for hanging out, Josie. Enjoy your breakfast, okay? Yes, and see you in the next live session. All right, for all those tuning in, I'm going to be filling this up. Filling up. You're welcome, Josie. I'm going to be filling up the silicone container with the mixture. If you're wondering what this is because you just tuned in, I'm making a matcha coconut snack. Some people like snack balls, and those are cool. I personally do not like to be handling those kind of foods, just rolling it in my hand the entire time just to form a ball. I don't. I like something like this. You can put it in a mold, press it down. Okay, make sure it is well packed in there. Okay. Let me see something. Okay. I feel like this mold might be enough because what I do is make sure it is very well compact. But I have a feeling that I'll have to use the other mold. Hmm. Okay. See? See how it's looking? Okay. See? Awesome. I'm gonna add some more, especially along the edges. Pack it in real nice. I'll definitely need the other mold. So I pack it in very, very nicely. Very nicely in there. Because once it pops out, I want to make sure that it's a complete square. Okay. Are you guys loving this live session? Let me know. Talk to me in those comment sections. Talk to me. I want to hear your thoughts, your feedback. You loving it? What do you like about it? Have you made a matcha snack before? Do you use the discard after making homemade milk? Talk to me. I want to know all about it. Okay, and while you're talking to me, share this live session because if you're loving it, chances are you know someone who will love this live session. Okay, we can be cooking together. Like in the live session, I was making granola, and I believe someone on YouTube as well was making granola. So we literally made granola together on the live session. How cool is that? So this is very, very compact. You see that? Okay. So I feel like my screen on TikTok is flipped. Yeah. Anyways. don't like to rush this process because once it goes in the freezer, that's it. There's no turning back. There's no trying to fix it here and there. None of that. So I take my time. I don't like rushing when cooking because that really can affect one's physiological well-being. So you notice that when you are not in the best of moods and you cook, the food might not taste that great. Let me know. It happens to me. It happens to me. And I take note of that. So I try to make sure that I treat my food with kindness so that it will treat my body, my now and my future with total kindness. You guys agree? Okay. I think I'm good with this one. I think this one is nice and done. I just want to make sure that there is some separation so that I'm not doing any cutting once it has chilled, after it has chilled. Okay, so there's that. Check it out. Very nice and packed. See that? Awesome. Is this something you guys would make? Let me know. I want to hear it. I want to read it. Okay, let's send those hearts. Hello, hello. If you're feeling super generous, feel free to send a super chat on YouTube, gifts on TikTok, however you're feeling. Okay, I want this to be very interactive. I want to know that you're liking these live session. Okay, so here's the other mold. I'm going to fill it up all the way. Not all of them, but maybe like these 6. Let's see how much fits in them. I'm gonna have to use a spoon for this one. Hello, hello. Hello to everyone tuning in. Hello to everyone tuning in. And do me a favor, share this live. Share the link on the live. The more the merrier. We can all be cooking together on this live session. And feel free to send in your questions as well. I can't guarantee that I can answer every question, but we can solve the questions together. Okay? Because I'm also constantly learning. And very nicely. Let's press it in, very nicely. Okay. 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 I've got just a little bit left. It tastes very similar to the last time I made it. I can't recall if I put cardamom in that recipe, but this one tastes really good. And once it's done forming, because I'm going to place this in the freezer. Okay, I'm going to place this in the freezer. And once it's done forming, it's very easy to pop them out of these molds. Okay, that's why I like using these silicone molds. Okay. Let's see. Let's put that over there. There's no need to fill up these other cavities if they're not going to form an entire bar. You can also, I would imagine, I would not have not tried this method I'm about to share with you. I would imagine that you could also turn this into larger matcha coconut bars. Um, and they will turn out bigger. But I like these ones, these smaller bars, because they're easy to snack on and share without having to do any cutting. Okay, let me spread this in nicely, and that's it. This is it. All done. Look at that. All done. So I'm going to pop this in the freezer. But before I do that, I'm going to wrap it. So to prevent any freezer odor. Okay. To prevent any freezer odor from infusing into these delicious snacks. Because I don't know about you, but I do not like to be tasting freezer while eating my snacks. I don't think that's the most pleasant taste. Okay. Wrap it up. Amari, thanks for the rose. God bless you. I appreciate you. Nice one. I'm going to wrap the other one. Okay. And then I will show you what I just got from my grocery haul. Why am I yawning? Why am I yawning? It slept pretty well. Maybe not as many hours as I should. But I think I slept for like 6 hours. 6? How many hours do you guys sleep? Should consider really good sleep. Okay, so this is going to the freezer. I'm gonna pop it in right now, and I'll be back in a few seconds. Nice. Awesome. I'm back. So I'm gonna ask a question. What do you guys want to see? Do you want to see my grocery haul that I just got this morning before starting this live session? Or do you want me to start making the Domodah? Let me know if you're like, what is Domodah? Domodah is a nut-based soup. Normally, it's made with peanut butter in the Gambia. It's also known as mafe in Senegal. And I'm making it with cashews today because I do not have enough. I don't have enough peanuts to roast and make peanut butter. So instead of the best way to troubleshoot it is to use cashews. Let me know. Grocery haul or nut butter soup? Which one? Grocery haul or cashew butter soup? Grocery haul or cashew butter soup? Which one do you want me to show first? I'm waiting. Okay, I don't see any responses yet. Hello, Tiara. Shanice, hello, Therese. Hello, The Dream on TikTok. Hello to everyone tuning in on YouTube. You know what? Since no one has responded yet as to what they would like to see next, I'm going to start off with the grocery haul. I need to empty it out the bag anyway, so let's do that. All right, and I got a can of peeled tomatoes to make the Domodah. Okay, hello Cornelius, hello Swim, hello. Guys, let's get to 500 likes on TikTok. We can do it. All right, let's get to it. All right, okay. Let's put this back. And let me label this snack. This is the coconut matcha snack. Okay, cool. Let's get these spoons cleaned. Because I am going to be using them to make the remaining meals I'll be sharing today. Okay. Hello, Maria. Cool. So, let me see what I can spread over here. Okay, cool. I'll just do this. I got some asparagus, fresh asparagus. And what I want to do with this is I just want to blanch it so I can have it with my falafel and hummus and some turmeric rice later this week. That is part of my meal planner. If you're like, where is this meal planner you're talking about? Let me show you. So here's a meal planner I made for next week. And this just helps me to get all the work done well in advance, and I'm not scrambling figuring out what I want to eat when I want to eat it, right? So here's a meal planner. We made it together on Thursday, and that was so much fun while I was making some coconut cashew granola. All right, so here's a meal planner. And on when am I having this falafel? On Wednesday, I'm having the baked sweet potatoes. So I have some sweet potatoes here that need to be baked. Okay. And I'm not really, probably should bake them now, like today, get them ready for the week. Okay. So I'm having baked sweet potatoes with the falafel. And then for veggies, I'll have a cabbage slaw as well as some asparagus to make that meal full and meaningful. Okay. So there's that. I got that. And yesterday I was on Pinterest and I came across this amazing sheet pan snack made by, I think her name is Kali. But if you know the channel Plant You, let me know in the chat if you know the channel Plant You. It's Plant, Plant, You, two separate words. And she made this zucchini and red onion sheet snack, which looks so tasty. And I was like, I would love to replicate something like that. So I got some zucchini. All right, so I got 3 zucchinis for that. I'm not sure if I'll use all of them, but zucchinis are in season, so this is also a great way to make good use of them and enjoy them in different ways. All right, so the next thing I got is chopped. Wow, I can't believe I got chopped because normally I get peeled. I cannot return it to the store now. I think that would be quite pointless. But actually, I prefer peeled tomatoes. Chopped tend to undergo a particular type of process in the manufacturing firms that I just don't want to get into it. But there's a total difference between getting peeled tomatoes and chopped tomatoes, and I always opt for peeled because it almost is almost feels like getting fresh tomatoes. Okay, so there's that. Maybe I'll plant some tomatoes here in Chicago. The temperature is just settling in. I feel like it's gonna get warmer starting next week, and when I say warmer, I mean consistently warmer starting next week. So I might plant some tomatoes and tomatillos. And if I do, you'll know because I'll share that on my channel. So I got that. And then I also got some potatoes. Okay, so I can make some mashed potatoes, make a potato salad. If that's something you would like to see, let me know in the chat. Let's talk about it. Okay. Awesome. All right, so I got 2 bags of potatoes. I also got some aubergine, also known as eggplant. I'll be adding this to the Domodah. And I also have some okra that's torn in the sink. So I'll also be adding that to the Domodah. And I also got 3 bags of sweet bell peppers. And normally what I like to do with these bell peppers is make a sauce out of it by roasting them in the oven. And instead of using tomato sauce for pizzas or using tomato sauce for pasta dishes, I will use the sweet bell pepper sauce. I'll roast it with onions and garlic, peppers, salt, and stuff like that. Grind it in the blender and then use it as I would. Very yummy. I also use it to make gobe, which is also known as yokogari. It's a Ghanaian dish. So that's what I got from the grocery store. And I'm going to start off by washing the lid and then opening this and start to put together the ingredients for the Domodah. All right, let's get to that. Okay, let's move this way. Okay, I need to chop up some onions. So the top of this onion is a bit bad. I think it's because it didn't have enough ventilation. So let me take care of this in the sink before getting anything on the chopping board. And just because the top of it is bad, it's still farm. So it's important to salvage what you can. Okay. Instead of throwing the entire thing. I hope you guys can hear me all right. There's one onion. Hello to everyone tuning in. Hello. Be sure to share this live session. It's Meal Prep Saturday. Meal Prep Saturday. I just finished preparing a matcha coconut snack. It's in the freezer so that it can set. Okay. I've got some onions here. I'm going to chop it up real nicely and use it to make the Domodah. Hello, Esther. Thank you for tuning in. Let me get a kitchen knife to cut the onions. Okay. I'm not going to be too precise with this because it's going to undergo some boiling process. And that would help it break down even more. Have you guys had Domodah before? Let me know in the chat. And while you're at it, be sure to share this live session, okay, with your loved ones. People may be looking for new cultural recipes to add to their meal planners, and by you sharing this live session, you can help them achieve that goal. All right, so let's do that. Let's get to 500 likes on TikTok. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you're watching, tells me that you're loving this Meal Prep Saturday. Let's go. Hello, King Otto. This may look like a lot of onions, but I'm making a pot of soup that will last me the entire week. Doesn't mean I'm eating it every day, but I'm eating it at least 4 times in the week. And I want to make sure that I'm cooking more than enough. Okay, so if in case I have leftovers, hello Timmy Topper. In case I have leftovers, I can pair it with a grain and not have to worry about cooking something fresh. So when it comes to meal prep, I like to make sure that I cook meals that will last me for the entire week with leftovers. So that when I'm working, I don't have to think about cooking something fresh right away. Okay. Okay, so this is this. I'm going to add it to a blender, and then I'll be grinding it together with the cashews to make the soup. Hello, Frank. Thank you for joining in. Hello to viewers on YouTube. I hope you enjoyed this live session. Be sure to share it with your circles. It's Meal Prep Saturday. We're making some snacks. We're making main meal. We're talking all things culinary. And you do not want to miss out on that. Okay. So I'm about to grind onions, the habanero peppers, and the cashews together to make this meal. Okay. And then while that's happening, I'll be making a late breakfast because I haven't nourished myself yet in an intentional way. And I need to do that. That's very, very important. So there's onions in that. And then I'm going to measure out the cashews. So like I mentioned earlier, Domodah, which is a nut butter soup, peanut butter soup, is made with peanuts, but I do not have enough peanuts to make peanut butter. So I'm going to be using cashews instead, and it works perfectly. And if you're wondering if you can get this recipe, absolutely. I have it all on my channel on YouTube as well as on my website in full detail. Okay, so this will need at least 246. I'm eyeballing everything today. The full recipes on my website on YouTube. Okay. Hello, Sunshine 1560 690. All right. So what's next? I need some water, and I'm also gonna add in a habanero pepper. Let me get the habanero peppers. Hello, Condi. So I need one full one in there. Okay. If you watch my videos a lot, you know I do not shy away from habanero peppers. They don't only add heat, but they also add flavor to your meal. Okay. So let's move this. Make some room. Okay. And then while that's going on, I'm going to eat, right? Like I mentioned. And then do some spice restock because I have empty spice jars over here and they all need to be filled. And I'll show you how I do that at home to make sure that my spices are always fresh when I need them. All right. The blend is going on in a few minutes. I will not be muting the video. So if it's too loud, please turn down your volume so that it's not too loud for you. Okay. We've got some fresh water here. I'm gonna add it so I can blend everything. Everything. All right. Now I'm not writing this recipe down because it's been written down already. Cool. Nice. Feel free to soak the cashews in advance if you want them to blend quicker. But there's no need for that. Cashews break down pretty easily. Okay. Starting off. It's going to get really loud. Let's go. All right, I think that blended pretty well. Adding it to the pot. I already opened the can of tomatoes. Feel free to use fresh tomatoes. Let me turn this like this. Okay, you guys can see that. Cool beans. Okay. All right. See that? Some stuff. This is the base of the Domodah. I'm gonna add some water to the blender. Okay, guys, let's get to 500 likes on TikTok. Let me know what you're loving about this live session. Hello to everyone watching on YouTube. I'm gonna rinse the blender. with some water. Okay. And all of that needs to end up in the pot. In the pot. Awesome stuff. Nice. That's good. I'm gonna add in some crushed tomatoes. Normally I'll use plum, like I said, but you know what? I'll add this in today. And I also need some tomato paste. Let me get that. Okay, I've got some tomato paste, and I've got it smells good. This is the one from the fridge. It smells good. Okay. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Cool. Add in some tomatoes to this. I'm going to add in half a can. Again, for the accurate measurements, be sure to check out the recipe on my website or on my YouTube channel. I'm going to put the link in the comment section on YouTube, and I'll figure out how to do that on TikTok. Okay. Okay, so that's half a can all in there. Ooh, now we're talking. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I can smell the habanero pepper. I can smell the habanero pepper. Smells very fresh. Smells spicy. Okay. 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 And that's not enough tomato paste. I'm going to open this other can of tomato paste to add more. I have a can opener over here. Okay. Hello, pumpkin. You guys loving this? Let's chat it up in the comments section. Okay. Okay, let's add some more tomato paste to this. All right. That's what. That's good. Okay. I'm going to put it in the back burner so it can cook. And I'll have more room to let's start it off here because this burner is bigger than the one in the back. So I'll give it a stir because I don't want the soup to get lumpy. So I'm going to start it up high. I don't want it to get lumpy because since I'm making this with cashews, it's going to thicken up. And I don't want it to separate and I don't want it to get lumpy. Okay. And then a little while, I'm going to add some sea snail to it. It gives it a good amount of flavor. Have you used sea snail in your recipes? Let me know. Let me know. Okay. Then I'll move it to the back after giving it a head start. All right. Honestly, I feel like I probably took a lot of this. I'm back. Okay, let's stir this up. The tomato paste is going to dissolve in it. Okay, if you're watching this, just tuning in. I'm making some Domodah. That is translated as groundnut soup. Since I didn't have any groundnuts, which are otherwise known as peanuts, I used cashews instead. And in this pot, I have here some grounded cashews, tomato paste, crushed tomatoes, chopped tomatoes instead of fresh tomatoes. Okay, and water and habanero pepper. So let's mix this up really well, get it to a nice head start. Okay. Mm-hmm. Have you guys had this type of soup before? Let's chat it up in the comments. Okay. Hello to everyone tuning in. Guys, let's increase those likes on TikTok. Tap your screen to get those likes up. Okay. Mm. Mm. Oh, I also have onions in here. I was listing out everything that's in this pot. Mm. Mm. Okay. Thanks to Robert, LaBelle Cassou, Joy Saunders, Orlando, Macule for staying on this live session on TikTok. I appreciate you. Be sure to tap your phone screen or your laptop screen to get these likes up. Share this live session with your loved ones, with people who want to get inspired with different recipes. I appreciate your viewership. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are the top viewers right now on TikTok. Let's get this video to 500 likes. We can do it. Thank you to everyone watching on YouTube. I wish I was able to say your names out loud. I'm not able to do that here on my laptop. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay. Okay. This has been going for about what? 5 minutes. It's gonna start simmering very soon. And then I'll move it to the back while I put together a meal to eat. Okay. Then after eating that, I will have I'll work on the spices. Hello, hello to everyone watching on YouTube. Okay, let us keep this interactive. Let me know if you have any questions, put it in the chat. Let me know what you're preparing today for the week, which will be for next week. What are your favorite things that you've included on your meal planner? I already have my meal planner over here. So it's always important to have a head start before you need it. It really helps meal prep much easier. Okay. Smelling really good. I'm loving this. Domodah is such a comfort food. Such a comfort food. Let's see something here. Okay. Copy. Paste. So the goal is to keep stirring. You want to keep stirring so that it doesn't stick to the bottom of the pot. And then it also helps to prevent lumps. Okay. So you gotta keep on stirring, keep on stirring. I know it sounds like a very tedious process, but you do not want it. You want it to turn out good. That's the goal. That's the goal. Let's see. I'm multitasking, y'all. Multitasking. Mhm. Yep, it's coming along. It's coming along. It's coming along. Like this girl can sing. Yeah. Of course, if you got a voice, you gotta use it. Okay. You got to. You got to. Oh, 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 oh. You got to use that voice. Mm, mm, mm. You gotta use that voice. Hey, hey. You gotta use that voice. Mm, mm, mm. Oh, yeah, I can smell it. It's okay. Can you guys see the steam? Can you see the steam activating here in this pot? Ooh, what are we making? Sarah had to leave for a moment. No worries, becoming truth. We are here making some Domodah. This is a native meal to the Gambia. It's called, also known as peanut soup or granite soup. Parts of Africa make this differently. In Senegal, it's called mafe. Normally, they add flour to the soup, like all-purpose flour, to the soup to make it thicker. In the Gambia, we don't do that. So, this is Domodah. I'm using cashews to make it since I didn't have enough peanuts to make peanut butter to make it. I added in some onions, some habanero peppers, some tomatoes. You can use peeled or plum tomatoes. I also added in some tomato paste. It's becoming extremely fragrant in the kitchen. I can smell it. And be careful when you're using the habanero pepper. I feel like I touched my lips not too long ago and they burning. So be careful when making this delicious soup because it can get really hot. So yeah, that's what's going on right now. I'm giving it a head start um on this burner and then I'll move it to the other burner so I can work here in the front of the stove. Okay. Is it eaten as breakfast? What do we eat it with? Or alone? Sounds yummy. Oh no. So this is gonna be a soup, like a thickened soup. And you eat it for lunch or dinner. Okay, you could have it with rice. You you can have it with steamed millet. Now, the normal is to have it with rice. I'm gonna give you more options. You can have this soup with rice. You can have it with boiled yam, not American yam, African yam. Those long tubers that when you eat it, you just eat like maybe a quarter of it, boil it. Oh my gosh, you are good. You can have it with yam. You can have it with steamed millet. I will be steaming some millet. Okay, and I actually need to grind some millet to make some bread I have the sourdough starter activating in the oven. So you can have it with steamed millet. What else? Yes. Also, um, normally it's cooked with chicken, salmon. So you season those meats and you add them to the soup. Salmon, chicken, beef, meat. I'm using red lentils because I did not make a trip to the to Whole Foods where I normally will get those meats. And I typically go for fish. I did not go to the store for that. And besides, I had so much red lentils, which is another way you can, which is a plant based method to substitute those meats. So I'm going to be using some red lentils to add a protein to the soup. I hope that answers your question, Becoming Truth. TikTok, you guys got any questions? Be sure to tap that screen. Let's get to 500 likes, y'all. It's been almost 2 hours in this live session. Let us rave up the likes. Show me that you're loving this video, this live session. Okay, I wish I was able to give you guys an overhead view of what's going on in the pot. It smells extremely fragrant. You can smell the tomatoes, you can smell the onions, you can smell the cashews. If you're using peanut butter, of course you will smell the oils of the peanut butter. And it's always important to use a high fat nut to make this. If you don't have peanuts, you can use cashews. It is bubbling. Can you guys see it? I'm not sure if you guys can see that, but it's boiling right now. And you want to make sure you keep stirring it. By the way, Becoming Truth, I have a full recipe for red lentil domodah on my website. Let me copy it and put it in the chat. I'm going to have to figure out how to do that on TikTok. So bear with me. Let me get that link on. Okay, so this is boiling. I'm going to reduce it. And you want to make sure that, excuse me, you want to make sure, hold on, let me get a link first and then I can talk more about this because it's still going. Okay. All right, cool. Let's get this. Can you guys hear that? The bubble in action is fully activated. Oh, yes, I can smell the habanero peppers. And it's been a bit rainy these last few nights. So this is comfort food right here. It's delicious, it's nutrient dense, it's amazing. Coffee, paste. I love the lentils, so we'll definitely make it. Yes, it does. Thanks. I think I would enjoy that. I've been wanting to try boiled yam. It always looks so good when I see people eat it. Need to check farmers market. Becoming Truth. Becoming Truth. I would suggest instead of going to the farmers market, try going to the African store first. I'm not sure if you'll find it at the farmers market because this is a very different type of yam, African yam. If you're gonna find it at the farmers market, that would be a very special farmers market. I've never seen it at a farmers market before. Try a local African store. If you're in the US, try going to call your local African store, maybe Mexican, but African or Caribbean grocery store will help you out with that. Yes. Tell them that you want the big yam with the white flesh. It's not like the sweet potato yams in America. Guys, hold on a second. I need to get the door. Hold on. I think I left the remote control closed. So guys, this is bubbling. I'm in Atlanta, so we have international farmers market, but I will search the African grocery store. Oh, that's awesome! Becoming true. No, that's amazing. I have to see if Chicago has an international farmers market. Hmm. I wonder what you can find at the international farmers market. Yes, absolutely. Do that. Do that. Okay. Then let me know when you find it. I cannot wait for you to get your hands on. Yum. So this is boiling. I bet you guys can see the steam. It's very much activated. I'm gonna move it to the back because I need to eat. I need energy. And you guys may not see it bubbling. Maybe on YouTube you guys can see it cooking here in the back, but maybe not on TikTok. Okay, because I'm switching stations right now. Okay, it's cooking. I bring it down to medium heat. The burner in the back is a bit smaller, so I need to keep watch on it. Need to make sure it's not grainy. Keep stirring it periodically so that it does not stick to the bottom. And the goal is to keep on, let it simmer, let it continue to simmer until the oil from the nuts begins to float on the top. And that's when you know that the nuts are cooked. Very special type of meal. That's the best way to know that it is ready. And it will happen very soon. In the meantime, let me prepare some key lime juice because um, Domodah needs lime. It needs that lime juice, it needs that lemon juice to complement the nutty flavor of the soup. All right. Okay. I said I was going to make a snack, but let me make the key lime juice first, and then I can work on getting a snack. Guys, you have any questions? Let's tap that screen on TikTok, increase this like, share this live, share the live, share the live, share the live, get to the live button, the share button, and share it, share it, share it, share it, share it, share it, share the video, share the video, share the video. Share it. All right. So I've got a bunch of key limes over here. You can use lemons. You can use limes. I love using key limes. I feel like the taste is a bit distinct, and I just love them. I've been getting them quite often over the last few weeks, months, if you will, and I love them. Also, if you're the kind of person want that that wants to use a little bit at a time, I feel like key limes are the ones that are going to help you achieve that because they're small and tiny but very mighty. Okay, so let's get those limes working. Slice as many limes as possible. Well, not as many limes as possible. You just need enough so you can taste it in the soup. I was gonna add snail to this. I can skip it, but I can actually let me come and add it so that it can cook the soup. Okay. Okay. TikTok, you guys can still see that. I'm happy about that. No TikTok. YouTube can still see the screen. What does your diet consist of? Do you eat meat? I just started. Hello, Shy. Thanks for asking that question. I just started eating bison. Well, actually, I just started eating veal. I'll be eating bison next. Those are the kind of meats I've been adding. But for about a year or so, I stuck to plant-based diet. That was not helpful for me. It was not helpful for my health. I really needed to supplement my iron, and I wanted to make sure that I was doing it well and making sure that the iron was binding to my iron in my body. So I do eat lots of fruits and vegetables. I eat lots of fish, smoked fish, fresh fish, or even like sardines. I'm actually about to make a sardine and cabbage slaw sandwich. What else do I eat? I love eating my shellfish, shrimps, those kind of stuff. And I started eating veal to supplement my iron intake. So far, no reaction. I'm very, very happy about that. I try to make my own yogurt at home. I hope that answers your question, Shy. Let me know. What do you eat? What's your diet like? I want to know. Yeah. So that's it for now. That's it for now. And what else? Normally I'll add fish to this Domodah, but like I said, I did not visit the grocery store. I didn't visit that grocery store to make this meal. And it's not a necessity, so to speak, because I have a meal that I'll be making in a few days, which is I'm making Jamaican patties, which will have the bison meat in it, and that will have meat. So I make sure that not all my meals have meat, but a good amount of them do. It's all about balance at the end of the day. I just need to make sure that everything is balanced. Okay. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Shy, thanks for the gifts. God bless you. Okay. Okay, so I've got 7 key limes that I have sliced in half. I think that's more than enough. So I'm gonna strain it. I'm gonna strain it so that it will be easy for me to add the key lime juice straight into the Domodah. And make sure that I keep on stirring, stir and stir and stir so that it doesn't stick to the bottom. Oh, TikTok. You guys cannot see that. Let me see. Can you guys see that on TikTok? Maybe slightly. Maybe slightly. Okay, that's good. Okay. Okay. So yeah, stirring and stirring so that it does not stick to the bottom of the pot. Okay, let me show you what that consistency is looking like. Can you guys see that? Look at that. I feel like this light doesn't help. Maybe, let's see. Can you guys see that consistency? Let's see if I can risk it and show it to you. See that? Look at that. See the consistency? Okay, it's smooth, not grainy. Okay. All right, let me get you guys back this way. Okay. Nice one. Awesome. Let's get a spoon out of here. Okay, welcome to every person watching. Guys, let's get the likes up. Okay, let's get it up. Tell your favorite people that we are here. We're hanging out here. Okay. So I'm going to be straining the key lime juice before adding it to the Domodah. Okay. Today I don't have music on in the background because I misplaced that remote control. I think it got lost in my clothes from the laundry because I had those clothes on the couch and the remote was on the couch. Has that ever happened to you? I'm a pescatarian, but I eat more plant-based foods. But you're right, balance is key. Yes, Shy. Yes, I am so glad to hear that. Yes, quite frankly, I prefer seafood most. I prefer it. I prefer it. Yeah, it smells and tastes fresh. Very, 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 very versatile. Very versatile. If I could have fish every day, and you know what? I can. What am I saying? I can. But I just choose to make that balance. That's it. Okay. Guys, make sure you share the live session. I know I keep saying that. I sound like a broken record, but yes. Keep sharing the live session. I want more people to see it. And be sure to give this video a thumbs up. On TikTok, be sure to like this video. Let's get up to 500 likes on this video. Okay? That lets me know that you're loving what you're watching. You're loving what you're seeing. And all you got to do is to tap that screen 1,000 times. Okay? We can do it. We are a team. Let's do that. Okay. So this looks like a lot of key lime juice. And normally, even after cooking the meal, the soup is all done. You can serve it with your favorite grain or, starch, so to speak, and have a slice of lime to accompany the meal, just in case you want more tartness. That's how important it is to add lime to your Domodah. You guys are going to love it. If you're like an adventurous eater and you love nut butter, peanut butter, cashew butter, either of those would work for this recipe. Okay. So this pot is still bubbling. The stuff is still bubbling in there. And things are beginning to float on the top, which is a good thing. I'm going to give it a stir. Wish you guys could really take a look what's going on in there. But I have to do some research on how one can get different angles while doing a live session. This is a beautiful learning curve. Learning about this. Hello, Dennis Douglas 08 on TikTok. Thank you for joining in. Hello, hello. We're cooking up in this kitchen. Okay, we are having fun. We're asking questions. We're interacting. Yeah. Okay. And then what I do after straining the key lime juice is save the seeds. And make sure to save the seeds because one day I want to sow these seeds in fertile soil so that I can be able to get lots of key lime trees. Are you guys into saving seeds? Because I definitely am. And I still have trays that need to be sorted out because I have the seeds just gathering up because the goal is to create a video where I'm sorting out these seeds and putting them in seed packets and labeling them and all that good stuff. And then the rind, I add that to my composting raised bed so that it would feed the soil and I can use that soil to feed the soil for the other pots I have out there in my garden so that the produce I grow will grow healthily. If you wonder what I have in my garden, I did do a mini garden tour a few weeks ago. It includes bok choy, two different types of bok choy, the smaller ones and the large one. And I have some bok choy stems germinated in the back over there. Okay. On YouTube, you guys maybe can see it. Maybe. Could be transplanting those like this weekend. I want to do it tomorrow. So I want to get a very nice long horizontal planter, fill it up with good soil, and then plant the bok choy stems in there so I can have bok choy all summer long. I have to plant it in a shady area so that the leaves don't get bothered by the hot sun. Yeah. All right, guys, we have this last key lime half. Okay. This is the last one. This is a lot of squeezing. It's a lot of squeezing, but I love it because I know what I'm putting in my food. Okay, so YouTube, TikTok, you see all that? Almost done squeezing, squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. We've got so many seeds in there. Like I said, I'm gonna save them. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna save those. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Save these seeds, dry them, so that I can save them in seed packets. Okay, I have a container here, and I'm going to keep the seeds in there. Eventually, when I'm ready, I will lay them on a parchment paper and dry them outside. It's really nice. The sun is not out, but it's nice, tolerable weather. this afternoon. Okay, I need to store these in here. Okay, let me give this a nice stir. At this point, I need to start washing my red lentils. Okay. And I need to add in some more water. Okay. I'm gonna add in some more water. Okay. Because once I add in the red lentils, it's going to get thicker because the red lentils need liquid to cook. I've not added in any salt, so I'm going to do that now. I'm going to be using some rock Himalayan salt. Okay, you guys can see what's going on here. Okay, I'm just trying to see what's going on in the front yard. Okay, so added in some coarse Himalayan salt. Add it in there to flavor the soup. And then I'm going to also add in some all of it. Okay. If it's not enough, I'll add in more. Are you guys loving this? Let me know. Give this video a thumbs up. Share the live session. TikTok, let's get this. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. Okay, thank you for everyone who's been sending gifts and roses. I appreciate you all. Now I'm going to give this some time because the salt needs to dissolve. The greens were pretty large because they're Himalayan rock salt. Okay, let that do its thing. And then let me put some things away because I don't like a messy kitchen. Okay. Okay, I'm going to keep this in here. This is the tomatoes I used. Let me turn the screen for TikTok. Okay, cool. The tomatoes I used to make the soup go in here. I'm going to rinse it and add it to the pot. And I'm using filtered water to cook. Okay. All goes in there. Okay. So there's that. That's good. Let's stir that up. Nice. Very lovely. Okay. All right, cool. What's next? Let's see. What's going in here? Okay. So I'm going to keep the lime seeds in this container. And water. And the cup is fine. 1 second, y'all. Yeah. Thank you. Huh? Some salt. We love adding Himalayan salt to our water in this place. It's a nice way to it's a nice way to add a natural source of iron to your water. And Himalayan salt is very nutrient dense as well. Okay, I'm gonna rinse this and add in the tomato paste so I can store it. I like to clean up as I cook so that I'm not left with a lot of things to do at the end. Okay. So the snack is done. Okay. The matcha, which is the matcha coconut bars, they've been in there for what? Maybe an hour. Okay. The Domodah is coming along. It'll be ready pretty soon. I'm gonna make something to eat, and then, excuse me, work on the spices. Okay. Okay. I think this works. Now, these go in the fridge, and let's see. This goes in recycling. Guys, don't do this at home. This is very, 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 very dangerous. Especially if you don't know what you're doing. As in, like, if you've never done it before. This is a good way to consolidate certain items that need to go in the trash. Okay. Put the avocado in there. And up. I'm gonna rinse this and put the onion peels in there. Yummy Domodah cooking. Thank you, mommy. I appreciate you. Yo, my mama is on the live session. Say hello to my mama. She's on YouTube. She just joined in on YouTube. All right, I'm going to put these in here. That way I know that they need to be recycled in my, as in like placed in my compost raised bed. Okay, so I'm going to set this aside. This goes in recycling. And what else? This goes in the fridge. Let me do that right now. Okay. Very nice.
Are they the same color?
Yes, they are the same color.
Just different material.
Yeah, but they're the same color. All right. I'm speaking to my sister. Yes. All right. You guys have any questions? Be sure to, if you're loving this live session and you're still here, Thank you. God bless you. Be sure to tap that screen on that you on TikTok to let's increase this likes to 500 likes. If you're on YouTube, be sure to also share this live session on both platforms. You can share this live session with your lovely people. We are doing some meal prep here. We've already made a snack, a matcha coconut. I don't want to call it energy snack. It's just a matcha coconut snack. That's it. It's maybe a bar or so. And then what else? We've got some Domodah cooking, which is a type of soup. Okay, I didn't use peanuts, like I said. I'm using cashews. What else? I showed you my grocery haul. I've got to do some spice restock. Okay. What else? What else? Do you guys have any questions? Are you sharing the live? Are you giving this video a thumbs up on YouTube and giving it a like on TikTok? Let me know. Okay. All right. Let's do this. Okay. Clean up, everybody, everywhere. Clean up, everybody. Do your share. All right, clean up while cooking. Nice. It's coming along. Let's give it a nice increase in heat. I kept on saying, I'm going to add some snail to this. I'm going to add some snail to this. And I haven't. And I will. And here's a nice big bag of snail. And you're like, what? Where is the snail from? It's from the sea. And if you have to, your hands should be what? Okay, I have a smaller piece in here of snail. It's known as yit in the Gambia. Believe it or not, this is from the Gambia. I will not even try looking for this in the US because I don't need to. But for you, I'll have to start looking just so you know where you can find this kind of stuff. So it's frozen. I don't cook with it often. I add it to my jollof rice, my mbahal, my domodah. And this is what it's looking like. This is here on TikTok, here on YouTube. Okay, it's very, very dynamic. This is the inner of the flesh. Okay, and this is the outside of the skin. It stinks. Okay, there's no other better way to say it. It stinks. It doesn't smell the best, but it is rich in iodine. It is rich in flavor, even though it doesn't have the best aroma. So it's a good way to support your thyroid health. It doesn't smell the best, but in it goes. Okay, I don't need a lot. That's enough. Okay. That's it. I should have added it at the beginning so it gets a chance to release its flavor, but it's fine. It's totally fine. Still got a few more minutes for it to continue to cook. The oil has still not risen to the top yet, so It's a process, and also because I'm not making just a little bit for 1 to 2 days, it's gonna take some time. I made quite a bit to last me all week long. Okay, so it's gonna take some time. I'm gonna put this back in the freezer, and then I'll be back.
You good, please?
Hmm?
See what you do. Guys, boom. Don't send me that.
Guys, I've got some habanero peppers. One of them is called Jamaican Scotch Bonnet pepper, which I'll be using to make the Jamaican patties. Sometime, maybe tomorrow, I'll do that. Hello, try on TikTok. Oops, don't want it to melt. So I'm gonna add in some habanero peppers to the Domodah to start releasing its flavors. Since it's kitchen, if you do it, detaching the can lid, one's hand must be completely dry, no moisture, no oil, please. Yes, mommy, you're quite right. So you guys saw me when I was rolling the lid of the can and putting it in another can. So my mom said that since it is kitchen area, if you should do it, detaching the can lid, one's hand must be completely dry, no moisture, no oil, so that you do not hurt yourselves. There's that really good tip. Okay, I'm gonna add in another color of habanero peppers. So what? It's June, July, August, September. I'm trying to think about if I grew peppers now, habaneros now, liable to harvest some by September. I can. The temperatures here have not the most. They've not been the most promising, but I think I can. So I'm adding in 3 habanero peppers in there um, to give it some flavor. It will not make the soup very spicy. It will just OMG, I never had snail before. What's the flavor like? Number one, hello Shy, thanks for joining in. Number one, the flavor doesn't smell great. It doesn't smell great. It's I say it's stinky, but yeah, it doesn't smell great. It's very funky. Okay, it has a very funky smell, but it would give your food a good aroma. I know it's kind of like an oxymoron, but it would give your food very good flavor. Like like the soup I'm making here, um, something called mbahal. Mbahal means boiling. This is like a Gambian word, a Wolof word from the Gambia. Mbahal is like the opposite of jollof rice. You know how jollof rice is red, orange. You could also add snail to the base when you're making jollof rice. Now it depends on what where you're cooking this. Like I don't think Nigerians or Ghanaians add snail to the base that tomato base when making jollof rice. But in the Gambia you add snail to nubahal, which is like the opposite. So nubahal is not red, it's beige. You just boil everything. Okay. So yeah, that's what it is. The funky flavor. Yeah, I don't want to compare it to miso, but mommy, since you're in the chat, is snail fermented or is it just fresh from the sea? My mom is on. She joined the live on YouTube, so she can give us some more information on snail. Let's see. We'll wait and see. I think it's fermented. I'm not quite sure, but I think she'll respond and let us know. And once my mom responds on YouTube, I will share that information with you guys on TikTok. All right, I'm gonna put these back in, and let me give this a star. Instead of throwing away the top of the onion, that wasn't good. I'm gonna add it to my composting bin. The earthworms will take care of it. They will. Okay, I have a bowl here. I'm going to start kind of like soaking the red lentils. They don't really need that much soaking. Let me fill this up, this filter. By the way, you can add in, so at some point, actually, maybe now is a good point to add in some aubergine, which is the eggplant. Okay, so it gets a head start and starts cooking. By the way, that oil has still not risen. It doesn't have to rise like, doesn't have to be a lot of oil, but it has to rise. Okay, so that you don't get that raw taste when eating the Domodah. All right, you guys doing good? Okay. Okay, let me put the red lentil in here, and then just enough red lentils I do have the full recipe on my website. So feel free to access that link. I left it in the chat on YouTube. Excuse me. I put the link in the chat on YouTube. On TikTok, let me see if I can add anything in here. I'm not sure. Comment. Oh, I can make a comment? Oh, yes, that's good. Yes, so that's my website. I already uploaded that on TikTok. And then just type in Domodah. Domodah. More like this, which is groundnut soup. That. You type it in, you'll be able to get the recipe. Okay? All right. So I'm eyeballing this. So for me to know that, okay, it's going to be enough for the soup, I'm looking at the soup and I'm looking at the red lentils. And I'm just like, I think we need a little bit more. But I also know that the red lentils is going to expand. So I think we're good. We're good. Yeah. Because I want to make sure that the red lentils can flow, okay, while you're eating it. But it won't be a thin soup for sure. It will have a nice body to it. Okay. I'm gonna rinse it. I'm gonna soak it. And then wait, maybe before I do that, I can add in the aubergine. Okay, my mom hasn't responded on if snail is fermented, but I'll probably update you guys at some point. If not today, okay. Let's put this aside. Let's take care of the aubergine. I have 2 here. Okay, I'm also gonna add in okra. Okay, let's cut this up. I'm gonna wash it before working with it. And typically I'll wash most of my produce together. But since I did a grocery haul today, I have to wash these separately. But still make sure they're well washed. I'm using and I will wash it with my gloves. I know my mom's gonna be like, why aren't you wearing gloves? Because I want to get this done quickly. And I need new gloves too. So, yeah. I'm also going to be adding some okra to the domodah. Yeah. Okay, let's do this very quick. They're all washed. Just take them like this. They cook in about 15 to 20 minutes, right? Just put them right in there. Cut the smaller one in quarters I'm going to cut this larger one, maybe 6 pieces. Okay. All right. Did I say 6? I think it's going to be more than 6. It's going to be 8. 8 pieces. Let me give you guys a better view on TikTok. Okay. Cool. So we've got eggplants going in there. Okay. All going there. I'm going to taste this. Smells really good. Amazingly good. Oh my god. The spice is good. I'm going to add a little bit more salt. Just a little bit more salt. Please keep us with the salt. No, I need that one too. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, the spice is good. Just a little bit more salt. I have a feeling I might add more lime juice, but I think that's enough salt for now. I might add a little bit more lime juice. I'm not sure. Let me see. Let me taste it. Stir it in. Taste it again. This is going to be so good. The habanero peppers, the whole habanero peppers I put in the soup are already releasing the aroma, and I really love that a lot. Okay, let's do this. I'm gonna add in some more lime juice. It does need a lot of lime juice. Cover it, let it cook, and then I'm going to wash the red lentils, soak it, and go from there. See, everything I cooked that is like a vegetable or peeling goes in here. It also has the rinds of the limes I used. Okay. Cool. Nice. Let me wash the red lentils. I did not measure this out. I just eyeballed it. So I'm going to wash it and then go from there. You want to make sure you wash it until the water runs clear. And then I wash it on cool water. I don't want the water to be hot. It can be slightly warm, but definitely not hot. I'm going to wash it as many times as possible. This is not a third wash. Okay. Washing red lentils, if you're tuning in, you're just tuning in, you're washing red lentils. That's it. 6 times. I washed the red lentils 6 times. Okay. Here it is. See that? I set it aside. Then you put some things away. Okay. Just to make sure this place is clutter free. Alright. Cool. And while the Domodah is cooking, I'm hungry. I need something to eat. So I'm gonna wash this knife and cut some bread. Okay. I okay. So I'll be baking some more bread tomorrow morning. But here's the sourdough starter. It is activating. I fed it yesterday night and this morning. And it's a gluten-free sourdough starter. That's something that you're interested in? Let me know. I'll include it in the chat. So see the bubbles? Okay, we've got bubbles over here. We've got bubbles over here. Look at that. See that? Okay. Nice one. I put it in my fridge with the light on so it can do its thing. That's the most successful I have had my sourdough starter rise well. Okay. So I'm gonna make a cabbage slaw and sardine sandwich. So here's a cabbage slaw. I had this last night. Check that out. I had it last night. So good. So good. The cabbage slaw has sesame seeds, which is all the black specks you see in there. Okay. It also has some honey. It has some Cameroonian pepper for extra heat It also has some salt, apple cider vinegar, and I think that's it. And shredded cabbage. Okay, so there's that. I have some sardine in here that I seasoned with some diced red onions, some salt, some Cameroonian pepper. I didn't add spring onions, so I'll do that another time. But right now, I'm going to slice up this bread, warm it up with a cast iron skillet, and then eat. I'm hungry. And as much as I like to wait for this, ooh, smells so good. Oh, okay, yes, let me share that link. So Becoming Truth is asking for the sourdough starter link. And I actually found it from a lady on YouTube. Let me go in there and say sorghum. So it's all sorghum based. It's sorghum based sourdough starter. And let's go in there. What's her name? Her name is sourdough something. That's the name of her channel. Let me look for it quickly. Let's see, playlists. Let's go to baking gluten free. View food. This one. Let's copy. Okay. Okay. Let me copy this link and share it on YouTube. Okay, Becoming Truth. That link is coming your way. And then on TikTok, I will share the name of the channel. I got the recipe to make my. You need water? Oh, 1 second, guys. You're welcome. So the name of the channel I got the recipe to make my sourdough starter is, let me see, channel name Sourdough with Rebecca. You are welcome. Um, you're welcome, Becoming Truth. So channel for sourdough starter is sourdough with Rebecca. With let me okay, I'm gonna have to do it again. Okay. Comment. Channel for sourdough starter. channel for sourdough starter. For gluten-free sourdough starter. Sourdough starter. Sourdough with Rebecca. Let me make sure I get her name right. Double C. Yes, sourdough with Rebecca, gluten-free sourdough starter recipe. Yes, starter recipe. Recipe. All right, it's coming your way. TikTok. This is the channel. This is the channel for gluten-free sourdough starter that I use. So I've been using this Hello Dirt Bike beanie on TikTok. Hello to all watching on YouTube. So I've been using the sourdough starter for about, this is June, so I want to say since March, since February, March, I've been making my own I've been making gluten-free sourdough, gluten-free breads before that, but since about February, March, I've been making my own gluten-free sourdough bread. I got the recipe for the sourdough starter from the channel that I shared on both YouTube and TikTok. So if that's something that you guys are into, be sure to check it out. Nothing happened to the dough, nothing happened to the starter. It never went bad. And I love it. I feed it at least once a week because I tend to bake bread at least once a week. So right now the starter is in the oven and reactivating so that I can make the dough this evening and then bake it tomorrow morning. And then for the bread, I visit like other sites. I've not gotten to the point where I make my own gluten-free sourdough bread, and the goal is not for me to make. The goal is not for me to just have to. The goal is for me to continue to make this an eco-friendly culinary system where I'm not always figuring out the ratios for myself. I can actually learn from others who are experts in it. So gluten-free sourdough baking is not necessarily my expertise. I'm still learning, and I actually love it. I've been making this type of bread I have here for a while. I love this bread. I love this bread. I got this recipe from a website called vanillaandbean.com. I love this bread recipe. I think this one is called a multi-grain bread. It has psyllium husk in it. I did tweak the recipe to suit me. It does include brown rice flour, I believe, and it also includes something else. But I decided, since I have uh, experience with gluten-free baking, I knew how each flour would react to liquid. So I would substitute a few things. Instead of using 4 different types of flour, I used 3. So I used millet, sorghum, and cassava. And I believe her original recipe, I forgot the name of the lady, but I forgot the name of the lady. But her recipe includes 4 different types of flour. Brown rice flour, I believe some millet. It also include sorghum and tapioca flour. So instead of tapioca flour, I use cassava flour. They come from the same tuber, which is cassava. Tapioca, I believe, is like the starch content, and then cassava is like the root, like the entire thing. Okay, so I love this bread. I'm gonna warm some up right now. Let me know what you're loving about this live session. I don't like that we're not interacting a lot, but I appreciate those who've commented, those who sent gifts and hearts and likes. I appreciate all of that. If you're sharing this content, I appreciate you too. And let's get to cooking. Okay. The Domodah is doing pretty well. Yes. Okay, I smell the habaneros. The aubergine is cooking. Let me switch this up for you guys on TikTok. Okay. So it's looking really, really good. Okay. And I feel like now is a good time to taste it just to make sure that everything in there tastes amazing before I add in the red lentils. Okay. The red lentils are soaking pretty nicely. I can tell that they are increasing in volume. I'm going to bring it closer to the lens for you guys to see. See that it's also getting softer. You don't have to soak it overnight because red lentils don't really require that much soaking time. You can cook them without even soaking them and they cook very quickly, which is why it's important that I added the eggplant in there before the red lentils. After adding the red lentils, I'll add in the okra. Let's slice this up. I think one. I just need 2 slices. Okay, just 2 slices of bread, and I'll keep the other one. And then after adding in the lentils, I'll steam some millet and go from there. Okay, awesome. Let's take care of this. Ooh. See, this is why it's important that you keep on stirring, stir, 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 so nothing sticks to the bottom. You can add in aubergine. Different things you can add to this Domodah: aubergine, okra, carrots, cabbage. Those are all vegetables you can add to it because you do not want the soup to be empty. What is this? Oh, I saw something. It looked like a pickle. I was like, what is that? It's the interior of a part of the eggplant. So this means that the eggplant is cooking. It's got a head start, and I love that. So I'm going to taste this. Okay, taste it. Let's give it a taste. Let's give it a taste. Okay. Oh yeah, this is good. While the red lentils are cooking, I'm gonna squeeze some more key lime juice. I feel like it does need it. I actually prefer it to be more tart. Others might prefer it to be less tart. Hello, Sha 1111 on TikTok. Okay. So let me add some Let me add this. You know what? I'm going to multitask. Because I'm hungry, I'm going to warm up my bread before adding the red lentils to this. Okay, let me do that. So I'm warming it up in a cast iron skillet. Okay, I know you guys cannot see that on TikTok, but that's okay. No, that's not okay. Okay, let's do that. And then bread goes in the cast iron skillet. You guys probably can't see this off camera. Cool. Let's get this closer. Let's add the soaked red lentils to, excuse me, to the stock. Okay, drain it really well. I could have drained this in a colander, but I'm not in any rush. Okay, so drain it really well and then add it to the stock. If you don't want to use water for the Domodah, you can use vegetable stock, but make sure that you adjust the salt content so that your Domodah doesn't get salty. If you want a recipe for vegetable stock, check out my website, creativephoebe.com. Okay. You can also use shrimp stock. I do have a recipe for that. That's a more recent recipe I shared when I was making pozole. So that's on my YouTube, and that's also on my website. Okay. Oh, let me get that stirred. I hear it. Awesome. So the red lentil is gonna cook and absorb as much liquid as possible, which is why before you add in the red lentils, you want to make sure there's enough water. You can find the precise measurements for everything I used in here on my website. And you can see the recipe in action on YouTube. I think I've shared, no, I don't think, I actually know that I've shared quite a bit of short form videos on me making Domodah. So if you saw that, that's a gist of what you can see here. Okay. Is this something you guys would make? Is this a recipe you'll be making? Let me know. Let me know. Okay, let's finalize the straining process with the sink. Okay. Awesome. Let it cook. Now this took a longer time to cook because the burner I have it on is much smaller than the one I normally would have it on. I just gave it a head start on the bigger burner and moved it to the back so I can work in front. But it wouldn't take that long for you, especially if you're going to be using the bigger burner. Okay. Okay, that's good. In the meantime, I'm going to cover it up because covering the pot increases the cooking process. Cool. Bread is warming up. Let's see if it's getting brown. It's almost there. Dun, 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 dun. Let's get a plate to eat. Okay. Get a plate here that I will use to serve my sandwich. What else do I need? Oh, let me wipe this down. Okay, really by the time I'm done squeezing out lime juice, my bread will be ready to make a sandwich. Let's flip this. Okay, cool. I think 3 would be enough. I will make it 4 to be on the safer side. That time. I'll strain it as I'm about to add it to the soup. Okay, I just want this to be a nice quick process. Three hours going strong. Thank you for joining this live cooking session. Type in one word that you're loving about this live cooking session. That would really make my day. Let me know by typing in one word. One. Is it the recipe? Is it the vibe? Is it the ambiance? Is it the new information you're getting? What is it? Is it the links I'm sharing? One word. Well, you know what? Why one word? Let's make it a sentence. Give me one sentence why you are loving this live session. Let me flip this one more time. I want a nice browning effect. You can use a toaster oven to do that. I love the char effect I get from toasting my bread on cast iron skillets. Yeah. I'm about to add in the okra while adding after adding in the key lime juice. All right, the bread is done toasting. You turn it off. Cool. Good. That was quicker than the first session of lime squeezing. Hmm. Would you agree? I'd say so. Okay, let's strain the key lime juice and make sure that this has enough lime juice. Let's see before I add in everything. I don't want it to be too much. I want it to be just right. So let's gently stir this up. Gently. Smelling so good. So good. Mm-hmm. See? Even though lentils take a very short time to cook, in this big pot, they will need a little bit of time. Just a little bit of time because they all have to cook well until they're nice and soft. Be sure to scrape the bottom of your pot so that nothing sticks there. Let me see if it's better to turn this light on instead of this one. Is it a better view? Does it matter? Does it make a difference? Maybe not. Awesome. Awesome. Good stuff. Get it all in there. Make sure it cooks through. Oh, I was supposed to taste it. I'll add in everything. All the lime juice in there. Then again, maybe my taste buds are readjusted because I wasn't feeling well in the last week. You guys probably heard my voice in a few videos, right? So maybe my taste buds are adjusting. Okay, because I feel like I did put in quite a bit of lime juice in this. Okay. And then save the lime seeds. Once you're done. And then keep the rinds in the container. And add a bit more salt. Give it a good stir. It's gonna start to splatter, so just be mindful of that when you're cooking it. Cool. Awesome. Let me cover this so it can continue cooking. All right, and then I'm going to make my sandwich. Look at that. Beautiful, nice char. Check that out. See? That's it. And this sourdough bread does hold pretty well. See that? And a few add-ins the recipe calls for sunflower seeds, flax seeds, quinoa seeds, and oats. If you don't want oats, you can just substitute it with another seed. Yeah. Cool. Let's make this. This is gonna be very, very straightforward. Very straightforward. Ooh, I need my rhubarb jam to go on this. I want to show you exactly how I made it last night. So you get some rhubarb and strawberry jam. I made this last week. I have another batch in the freezer. I didn't know I was going to love it this much, but I'm so glad I did. Now I feel like going to get more rhubarb stalks and making more rhubarb jam. So get some rhubarb and strawberry jam. Spread it on the slice of bread like this. You definitely want to apply it to nicely toasted bread. Okay, so you can get that crunch since the jam is, runny, so to speak. And it has a nice consistency to it, but it's wet. That's what I mean. Okay, you do that. Rhubarb jam on both sides. Cool. Let me put this away. And then after that, get some slaw, cabbage slaw. Put it on top of one of the bread slices with the rhubarb jam, just like that. And then the sardine, the seasoned sardine. Okay, just like that, as much as you want to. Some people prefer tuna. I prefer sardine. Just a good amount. And take this and put it on top, just like that. I don't cut it in half. None of that. I just take it like this and take a nice big bite. Mm. Mm-hmm. So juicy. Would you try this? Then let me know. Mm-hmm. So juicy. So juicy. Mm-mm-mm-mm. I love it. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let me have a seat. So you guys can see me, right? Good. So yes, this is what's going on. Let's take another bite. Mm. Mm-hmm. Very yummy. You guys have any questions about the sandwich? I'm having a slaw and sardine sandwich with rhubarb jam. Oh my god, rhubarb strawberry jam. Have you had that before? Let me know. You saw how easy that was to make? When you make it, let me know. Tag me. I want to see all your creations. The Domodah is coming alive. I'm going to add okra very soon. Mm-hmm. So here's the okra. I do tend to keep a few whole okra in the freezer for recipes like this. And these ones have thawed. I'm going to cut off the tops. Okay. Just like that. And then put it in the soup. Let me flip this around on TikTok. You guys see that? Okay. Add it in. Okay. Stir, stir, stir. But be gentle so you don't crush the aubergine. Okay. The lentils are cooked. Everything is looking amazing. The okra doesn't need to like cook too much because honestly you can even eat okra raw. So I just needed to get some heat and flavor from the everything that's cooking in here. Okay. Whoa. That was a huge splatter. Okay. 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 I'm gonna cover it lightly Just give it a few more minutes. And while that's going on, let me wipe that splatter. That was big. You guys probably can't see that. That's fine. Yeah. See? There you go. Awesome. While that's going on, let me boil some millet. So, you know what? Maybe not do that. Okay, clean that up. I have some. No, I don't have some right now. I have a saucepan here. Okay. Okay. Let's boil some millet. Put some millet in here. Goes in the saucepan as much as you want. And I'm going to add everything in it. Because I'm preparing meals for the week. So I need to make sure I have enough that will last me a good amount of meals before I boil some more. I'm going to give it a rinse. Alrighty. Let's add some water. I like to add it at least an inch or so above the level. Maybe what? That's almost 2 inches. Season it a bit. Okay. If you've never had millet before, it's a gluten-free grain that you can replace rice with. If you don't have millet, I don't mind having millet with this. And by the way, Domodah can be served with couscous or rice. The Domodah is ready, so I'm going to turn it up. But I also will not just turn it up, I'm going to move it over here this away, probably closer to you. And then put this away. So that I can cook the millet on that side. Okay. I added in some salt, and I'm gonna think about what else I want to put in there. Do I want to put some fennel seeds in there? Maybe some coriander. This is optional. I just like to flavor my grains. Um, if you, since couscous is made with gluten, if you are on a gluten-free diet, couscous, millet is a amazing alternative to couscous, and you'll see that once this cooks. That's coriander. I want something else with some flavor, and I'm thinking fennel seeds. So let me get let me get the fennel seeds. I kept that in the fridge to help keep the oil content in the fennel just right. Let me get that. Okay, if I don't have fennel seeds, what else can I use? I can use, I can use cucumber. I found fennel seeds here, and I'm going to add a little bit of it to, if you're tuning in, I'm steaming some millet grains. I have in some millet that I've washed, some water, coriander powder, and some fennel seeds. I'm going to give that a good stir. I also added in some salt, fine Himalayan salt. Okay, I'm going to turn that stove on and switch it around for those on TikTok. Can you see? Can you guys see that? I don't think you guys can see that. Let's move this way. Put it over here. Now you guys can see that. Okay. This is going to be ready in about 10-15 minutes. Okay. Cover it. Keep an eye on it. But there's really not much you need to do. If you're having a snack, a meal, like I am, continue eating. Just recalled, I have millet I haven't used. Maybe I'll prep this week using your recipe. Thanks, Becoming Truth. I am glad you found this helpful. Let me know how it turns out for you. I always love to get feedbacks on my recipes because they turn out differently for, I don't want to say it turn out differently. I just want to know how it works out for you guys. I've had really good reviews on my recipes, and that makes me very, very happy because I cook with my heart, I cook with my soul, and I want to make sure that you enjoy it. So, Becoming Truth, let me know how your steamed millet turns out when you make it this week. Y'all, I'm going to keep on eating. And after that, I'll make some spices to flavor, release some really amazing aroma in this kitchen. What do you think about that? Mmm. Mm-hmm. So good. Mm-hmm. If you're just joining in, welcome, welcome, welcome. TikTok, let's get these likes up. We can do it. Show me what you're loving about this live cooking session. Mm, 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 mm. Mm-hmm. All right. What are you guys eating? What are you guys snacking on? I want to know. I bet y'all have eaten something during this entire live session, and I'm very, very curious. Let me in on that. I want to know. Mm, 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 mm. I didn't realize how hungry I was. Mm-hmm. You guys have any questions? You have anything to say? Are you guys into sandwiches? Hmm? Mm-hmm. Mmm. Wow, that sounds very tasty, becoming truth. Someone on YouTube made a comment saying just made soca. I hope I'm saying it right. Soca. Chickpea flatbread with mashed avocado and sauerkraut. Whoa, I love that. Red onion and hot pepper sauce. Oh my goodness. That sounds so good. I would have that. I would have that. Yes, I would. Wow. Yes. I'm going to add that to my list of inspirations for these upcoming weeks becoming truth. I really appreciate you sharing that. How about you guys on TikTok? What you guys have going on? What's on your meal plan for this coming week? Because becoming truth on YouTube is not playing around at all. Hmm? Mm, 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 mm. Amazing. All right, y'all. We are now over 500 likes on TikTok. Let's get it to 1K before this session is over. Can we do that? Can we do that? Have you shared the live session? If you're loving it, you probably are thinking about sharing it, and I think you should. If you haven't already, and I appreciate it. Mm-hmm. This sandwich is so juicy, and this bread is excellent for soaking up all the juices. Mm-hmm. So it's been about how many minutes now? 5, 7 minutes since the millet started cooking. It's not started, it doesn't started simmering yet, but it's getting hotter and hotter. And very soon it would start boiling to cook the millet grains. Mm-hmm. Hello, Abby on TikTok. Thanks for joining in. Hello, YouTube viewers. Finishing up my sandwich here. One of the best sandwiches I've made in a very long time. This is the third time I'm making it. Twice last night, and this time I'm sharing with you. Very, very delicious. So good. Mm-hmm. All right. I'm going to show you guys real quick update on this millet grains. See, it's cooking up. See that? I'm not sure if you can see the froth. You see the froth on it? Yeah. Cooking up real nicely. I'm going to give it another stir just so the spices can continue to be infused in the cooking liquid. Yeah. If you don't have vegetable stock to cook your grains, using spices is an excellent way to get that done. Again, all my produce going in the bin. So I'm saving them so I can put them in my compost raised bed. Okay. And I'm going to store the rest of this tasty goodness, the slaw and sardine. Just gonna put it all in one container. And then I can have more of it after baking bread tomorrow. I have a question for you all. I would really like a response. How often would you like these live cooking sessions? How many times a week would you like them? Give me a number. Type in a number. Okay. Before the milk starts to boil, make sure you crack the pot slightly open so that it doesn't overflow because the froth is beginning to form. That's how you know it will soon start boiling. Mm-hmm. Cool stuff. Okay. All right. Well, you guys haven't responded yet on how often you'd like this cooking sessions. So I'll just figure out a few days I would like to show up. I definitely would like to continue doing meal prep Saturdays. Okay, this is boiling really vigorously. I'm going to reduce the heat. So I'd like to continue doing these meal prep Saturdays. It's a good way for me to film while cooking. You get to see what's going on. And then, so meal prep Saturdays, meal plan Thursdays. This is what I'm thinking in my head, okay? That's what I'm thinking in my head. Lynn's Amelia, thank you for the gifts. Thank you for liking this video. God bless you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. So, reality moment. When I cook, I tend to forget to hydrate. Does that happen to you? This is a very bad habit that I must stop. Mm-hmm. Okay. Millet is doing its thing. Restore the fennel seeds. Get rid of this. I'm gonna have some chocolate. Who else loves chocolate? Chocolate is one of my favorite treats. And as long as it's not doing too much, I don't want a lot of ingredients in the ingredients tab. This chocolate is by Ghirardelli. I often get this type of chocolate. Intense dark, 72% dark. Let me switch this. Okay, 72% cocoa, dark chocolate. Okay, let me flip it over. It has unsweetened chocolate, cane sugar, cocoa butter, vanilla extract, and soy lecithin. That's it. And it tastes good. Doesn't taste like it has a bunch of stuff that will get you worried about the status of your health. Very good. While the millet is simmering over here, it's almost done. Wonder what this is? This is brown sugar cane. It's called panela. It's piloncillo. This is 100% sugarcane juice. So it's as close to nature as you can get sugar if you don't have sugar cane to make your own juice or evaporated sugar cane substance. So I use this to make I don't want to call them sticky. Oh, nut clusters. So you know how you can buy not coconut covered, sesame covered cashews from the store. Instead of using sugar, like the white sugar, I chop this really thinly, okay, and then use this as my sugar. It's sugar. It's 100% sugar. I don't use tapenade sugar. Muscovado sugar is good. Tapenade is good, but this is very, very close to natural sugar. And this is what I use instead of white sugar. I use this kind of sugar to feed my ginger bug. I feel like that ginger bug, I'll probably be using it once a week. So I do have it in the fridge right now since I do not want to do too much with it. It's a completely new experiment for me. So instead of using white sugar, I use piloncillo, also known as panela. Okay? So I'm going to chop it up. I'm going to chop it up and store it in this container. I call it shredded piloncillo. I did that last week. So today's Saturday. I like to do most of my spice, restock, just things that are essential. Do it on Saturday, maybe Sunday, but mostly Saturday, so that I can have it ready for work in the week. And when I say work, I mean recipe development. Okay, so all you need is a sharp knife. This is what it looks like on the inside. It's evaporated sugar cane juice. You can see that on YouTube. Yeah, awesome. See that on TikTok. Cool stuff. Get the sugar, get a knife, and chop, chop, chop. You can use this to flavor anything that requires sugar. It feels like brown sugar, the brown processed sugar that you buy from the grocery stores. I say that it's processed because that one is a mixture of cane sugar and molasses. And then that's what this texture feels like. It's it feels like it has moisture in it, but it's caramelized moisture. It's sweet and it's versatile. So if you're looking to alternate from cane sugar, from not cane, from white sugar, because white sugar is as processed as, oh, my mother said snail is fermented. Mommy, thank you so much for that clarification. I appreciate that. White sugar is as processed as you can get sugar to be. Very, very processed. So if you're looking for a more natural sugar alternative, honey, maple syrup, maybe agave, because agave comes from the plant that you use to make tequila. Am I right about that? Maybe, maybe not. So during the week, I personally don't want to be chopping up sugar just to feed my sugar bug. I just want to get it from the container and feed the bug so that I can get on with whatever I need to get on with. Maybe I'm doing some work. Oh, maybe actually I like to feed it in the morning. Oh, the millet is coming along nicely. Check it out. Is it too bright for you guys? Let's turn this off. I think this is better. This is better. See? It's going to get really nice and fluffy. It's going to absorb all the liquid. You want to make sure, when it comes to millet, I would say less water than you think is necessary, because you don't want it to be muddy. You just want it to be fluffy. Nice and fluffy. You also don't want it too dry. Okay. I have to come up with a better ratio so you can make perfect fluffy millet anytime. I'm thinking 1-to-1, maybe 1 pot millet to 1.5 pot water. I think so. Again, I do a lot of eyeball method, so the only reason why I write down these measurements is to help you replicate them with ease, so you can have a similar result to how my recipes turn out. Okay, so I'm gonna let this continue cooking so the water can evaporate a little bit more. Excuse me. And then we'll be ready. This is what I'm going to serve the Domodah, the one that we were cooking all this time. That's what I'm going to use I'm going to serve the millet with the Domodah. While that's going, I'm going to finish chopping this up. Thank you to everyone watching on YouTube. Thank you to all those watching on TikTok. Let's continue to Tap on that share button. Share it with your loved ones. Share it with your circles. Okay. TikTok. Let's get to 1,000 likes. We can do this. If you're loving this content, we can definitely get this live session to 1,000 likes. Okay. Thank you very much for your viewership. I'm going to taste this and describe the taste to you. Where? The small cost answer?
Mhm.
1 second, y'all.
I'm using the cup. I'm using it.
The big one?
Yeah, which one?
You want to turn it on now?
Yes, please.
Okay. So, let me taste this. It tastes like molasses. Mm-hmm. It tastes like dehydrated sugarcane juice. When you put it in your mouth, it just melts. And then when you're using it in your recipes, you can come in. My sister's warming up food.
Buenos dias, mi amigas.
I have no idea what she just said.
Hello, my friends. Good day. In reverse. Don't mind me. I'm warming up some lunch, asparagus, and some fish. Don't get too hungry, y'all. Get your food. Sorry.
It's up there. It looks like I'm using a lot of energy to cut this, right? That's because I am. You can also use a grater to grate this block of sugar, but
It's a little dangerous.
it is dangerous, a little dangerous, but I find more comfort in slicing it like this. And when you slice it, it rolls away from you. Basically, you're shaving it. And when you're getting this kind of stuff, make sure you get it from a good brand. Make sure if it's like coming from Mexico, I'd highly suggest that you get it from, because a lot of this piloncillo panela is made like in Mexico. I highly suggest that you get it from a Mexican brand. It just makes sense. And the Mexican store. It just makes more sense. Get it from the source. And then and make sure it doesn't come with preservatives. It really doesn't need preservatives. This is what I had previously. Okay, this one is a lighter brown. This one is a darker brown. I don't mind combining them. It's the same product. Different companies. Okay.
I'll be making quite an appearance, so enjoy the view while you can.
I think they love that, Jimmy.
Oh, they do? I'll show them more often. Oh my goodness.
The millet is ready. Can you see that? Very nice and fluffy. See? A perfect alternative to couscous if you're on a gluten-free diet. Look at that. At this point, you can serve this savory or sweet. Have you guys had a chakri before? I did share like a mini recipe for it on one of my past episodes on YouTube, video episodes. Chakri is a dessert, sweet dessert recipe made with couscous and yogurt, as well as a sweetener. In my case, I would use honey instead of the cane sugar that I used in my younger years. So that's it. Millet is done. Spice restock in session. Okay. Thank you to everyone interacting, sharing this video. Okay. Joining this live session. I appreciate you. Yes, my dear. I appreciate you. You guys could be doing something else, but you decided to come here and stay on. That means a lot. Thank you so much.
And if you're drinking coffee, that means a latte. Guys, don't mind me. I make fun out of a lot of things, unless it's serious.
This is true. All right. Doesn't look like I want to keep this in the bag. I got this. The brand that made this panela is called Mamalicha. See, Mamalicha. Panela, also known as piloncillo. See that? Also known as papillon, chanchacha.
So you feel good.
Really?
Like, is that right? Game.
Hey.
Hey.
Azuka Moreno. I think those are. Oh, this one is actually from Colombia. I'm just finding that out. Look at that. The wonderful land of Colombia. Awesome. Let me finish chopping this stuff. Feel free to ask any questions. Okay? I'm happy to answer any questions you have that I can answer. Okay, see how easy it was to put it in there and then just tap it so it can level out. Okay.
My goodness. You get one that lady in that baby.
I think that's enough. But I'm gonna shred everything and find another container to keep it in, so that I don't have to keep chopping. That means making good use of my time. Since I'm at it right now, let me just finish it up right now. Fun. Bena, Nyenent. Bena, Bibena. Mm-hmm. Be like, mm-hmm. Hola, Amina. Ginny, come. Come and translate for us. I could watch people cook all day, so I'm here watching while doing my housework on a rainy Saturday. Becoming Truth, God bless you for hanging out in the kitchen with me. We hanging out in the kitchen with you too.
What did someone say?
She said, Hola, Amina.
Who that?
Amina.
Where is that?
It's right here.
Oh, hermana.
Yeah.
Like, that means hello, sister.
Oh, okay.
Hola. Sorry, I have something on my lip. Do I? Or is it just shine? Hey, glass. Oh, Mommy said exactly. It's fermented there.
She's talking about the snail. Yeah.
It's true.
Becoming Truth, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for staying on. Thank you, dear. I hope you get a chance to share this live session as well. Because if you love to hang out with us, I bet other people would love to do that too. Oh my goodness. Okay. So hermana means sister.
Hermano is brother.
Hermana is sister. Guys, it always pays to learn another language. You can save a life when you know someone's language.
Listen, I'm a linguist too.
Always. You guys probably heard me speaking another language like a few minutes ago. Yeah, that's one of them. Mm-hmm. Lan mooy daw. Puus de.
Di nga nekk ab boori. Boori douce. Boori douce.
Yo, li nga fi ask. Okay.
Di nga nekk
Daddy nan. Hey, Tina, I don't sabi. Why?
Because it's not that
Okay.
every day my relationship
I'll tell you.
bad.
You get me.
Ooh, your Domodah looks good.
Thank you. Guys,
Bellissimo.
if she says it looks good,
Trust that it looks really good.
Oh,
Did you give them a view?
I have to see how to give them a view because it's like low.
We cannot pour this food. Guys, she loves you guys, but listen, not at the risk of losing her food. So much love. I know I'm interrupting the call, but hey, you know what? Great addition, I guess.
Yeah, they love to see different foods in this kitchen.
Oh, Loris.
Okay, this one is full, so I'm gonna use another container.
Yummy, yummy.
I also got some asparagus today.
Oh, nice. You'll love it. This is the last of my batch, so.
Oh, okay.
Yes. I don't eat asparagus for too long.
They're on sale.
I'm sure because it's summer.
I wish there was another.
What are you looking for?
Another container to keep this in.
Au revoir. À tout à l'heure. Auf Wiedersehen. See y'all later. Oh, also Tiki Taki Lucky. Hey, y'all. Bye.
I love it. I do.
We can tell. Because you're singing.
I am singing.
Alright. We're not doing bad reading. Yeah, then I look at you look at them.
Yeah, you do.
And give them big. Tom,
What would you guys like to see in the next live session? On Tuesday, I'm not sure exactly what I want to share. Just to be very honest with you, I don't know. These live sessions are quite a new addition for me. So I want to make sure that the content I share is something that, you know, would be beneficial for you too. On Thursday, we made some coconut cashew granola and created a meal plan. Today we're cooking and doing a spice restock. Tuesday, maybe I might talk about the groceries I got recently and what to look out for. I don't know. That's just stuff I'm just saying out loud. Yeah, so let me know what you'd like to see.
I'm reading from a script. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, let me know. Let me know. Let me know what you'd like to see. Dear. I love you. Have a safe trip. That's quite a bit of raw sugar in it. That's quite a bit, if you ask me. This will not be getting done anytime soon. No. Hello, Basilis Pentas. Howdy, howdy. Welcome to the live cooking session. We've already cooked Domodah. I had my sandwich. The snack is in the freezer. I'm chopping up some pilon silo, also known as panela. Howdy, howdy. Where is this food from? Which one exactly? From Greece. I have no idea what you're cooking. Oh, okay. So, all right. Have a safe trip. Mwah. Sure. So, I am chopping up some pilon silo. It is, thank you so much. So this is raw cane sugar. Raw sugar cane. I'm chopping it up. I use it in different recipes. So far, I use it to feed my ginger bug. If you don't know what ginger bug is, it's basically a probiotic ferment. It's a probiotic fermentation process of fermenting ginger with water and sugar to make probiotic drinks. And further than that, to make probiotic carbonated drinks. So I do have a carbonated drink in the corner that's been doing its thing for about 3 days now. Okay. So I'm using natural sugar instead of white sugar to feed the bug, the ginger bug. And I'm also using the sugar to make treats. So like healthy treats instead of using the cane sugar. And I feel like this binds better than honey because this crystallizes quicker since it's like raw sugar cane. So we made some domodah, which is like a nut soup, normally made with peanut soup, but today I made it with cashew butter. Excuse me. I made it plant-based. I added in some red lentils. Normally it's cooked with fish, fresh fish, or chicken, or meat. But I decided to make red lentils today. Cashews are the best nuts. Ooh, I'm glad you're loving cashews. What do you use cashews for? Let us know in the chat section. I appreciate your interaction. So there's that. I also steamed some millet, which is great. So I'm doing some meal prep for the week. Okay. All the way from Greece, I am happy to have you in my virtual kitchen. Well, in my kitchen, but this is virtually. So we are only eating them with alcohol. Really? How does that work? So, like, how do you combine the cashews and the alcohol, and what type of alcohol exactly? Yeah, they're very tasty, as I say. So, do you have the cashews like in a container like this, and then have the alcohol on the side, and you just like kind of have a drink and a snack? Is that what it is? This is new information. Ah, nice. I like that. Is there a particular drink you prefer when having it with the cashews? Is it wine? Is it a margarita? Beer. Wow. That is cool. I've never heard of that. Thanks for sharing that. Basilis tentus. Wow. Gosh. That sounds like quite a pairing. Nice. Sounds like it's a common thing in Greece. especially in the summer. You get your hydration and your fats when you have them together. That's what it sounds like. So I'm done chopping the piloncillo. That was a lot. It really took a lot of time. But this is the reality of it. This is the reality of it. Um, you can make it go faster if you're speedy, but I don't want to hurt myself. And there really is no point in rushing. So, and I'm chatting with you all. So, yeah, Mediterranean kitchen, it is the best. I appreciate you sharing that. So, to understand you're cooking once a week to be ready for the rest, kind of, yes. So, I share a lot of recipes online, and I also need to prepare some things that I will be cooking in the coming week. So for me, I find myself cooking at least 2 to 3 times a week because I create a lot of recipe videos and share them online. So right now, this is a main meal that I necessarily don't have to like film unless like it's not here on live session. And the recipe you can find on my website. But I'm going to be restocking some spices so that I can use them in some of those recipes I'm making in this coming week. Um, so I have two recipes I'm making next week. I think one on Monday, one on Wednesday, and you guys will be watching some of those. You guys will be watching some of those videos as they keep coming. One should be coming out tomorrow. Okay, there's a recipe video coming out tomorrow morning on my side. So probably around 10. It's gonna happen in the morning. So around 10 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. Okay. I don't like uploading on Sundays. I don't know. I prefer to upload. Oh, now it's 11 p.m. Okay, so you'll be watching it so you're 8 hours ahead of us. Yes, I really love to cook. This live session has been going on for 4 hours and 30 minutes. So you can say that I really, really, really like cooking. Yes. So you're 8 hours ahead of us. That means you'll be watching that video at 6 p.m. tomorrow evening. It'll be 10 a.m. here. Yeah. I can't say much about what you guys will watch tomorrow, but I will tell you that it is a Mexican themed recipe. It's gonna be your stream just popped to my YouTube home screen. I just clicked. I was studying for uni all day. Oh, I hope this is a good relaxer for you, and I'm glad you're able to see my live session. What a small world. I hope this is a good relaxer for you. I hope your studying wasn't too tedious. And what are you studying for? I would love to know. Yes, I'm glad you're relaxing. It sounds like you had a very, very long day of studying electrical computer engineering. Wow, that sounds like a lot. And you're very, very, very smart. We need more people like you because what would the world be without electrical computer engineering? The world is always evolving in the technical space, and we need it. That's why we're connected right now. I love it. TikTok, what y'all got? Talk to me. I want to conversate. Yeah, it is a bit hard, but it's okay. 5 years. So, what level are you in right now? What year are you in? Sounds like by the end of the 5 years, you'll be a total expert. You got 3 more years to go? Basil, I'm going to just call you Basil. I think you got it, Basil. You're already in the second year. It sounds like you've made up your mind. You're going to continue the program. And you're going to excel. And I'm very proud of you. I'm very, very proud of you. And you're relaxing, so it sounds like you do have a good work-life balance, so to speak. I know there's no such thing as a work-life balance because you need to make sure that your life is good for your work is good. Well, okay, I'm thinking out loud. I'm thinking out loud. Okay. All right. Sugar is all shredded. Okay. Well done, Basile. I'm very proud of you. You're doing amazing. Thank you for joining me on this live cooking session. And I hope it's a good distressor for you. All right. The brown sugar is ready, which is also known as pilon silo. I'm going to set this aside. What would I call it? Spice? No, it's not spice, but it's definitely in that range. Okay. Chocolate. Let me wash my hands. This is very sugary. In a little bit, in a little bit, I will serve some Domodah and steamed millet. But right now, I just want to focus on making the spices that I will need for the upcoming week. Okay? So, guys, full transparency. You remember when we made the granola on Thursday and I said, oh, I'm going to finish grinding the cardamom off screen, off camera? I didn't. I was so tired that I even took a nap yesterday afternoon. I was very exhausted. So I've got the cardamom in here and I'm going to grind it. We're going to see how it transforms together. Okay? Normally, I don't like leaving spice in the grinder unprocessed just cause, but it's about to begin. It's going to get loud. Okay? One more. Awesome. This one is all done. Y'all see that? See that on TikTok, see that on YouTube. Awesome. This is cardamom. Very minty, very fresh. It smells a bit like citrus as well. I'm going to store this one. Okay, let me store it. I like to grind. I like to grind my spices all at one go. Looks good. It is using fragrance, I think. I wouldn't be surprised because cardamom is very, very good. Like, so good. I won't be surprised that it's using fragrances, Basile.
Mm-hmm. So when I'm grinding my spices, I like to do them all. That's a lot of noise, but truly, that's what it exactly is. Sounds like when I'm off camera. So, like I said, when I'm grinding my spices, I like to do them all in the same day. This helps me to know that I have enough spice for the week or two. Normally, the spices will last about 2 to 3 weeks since I cook a lot. So imagine having to go to the store like every 2 to 3 weeks getting spices when I can just buy the whole spices in bulk. That's why it just makes sense for me to do it like this. Okay. If you're joining this live, new to the live, thank you so much for joining. I appreciate you. Be sure to use that share link and share it with your loved ones. Okay, let them know what's going on. Let's all hang out together in this kitchen. We're now doing pantry restock. Thank you for becoming truth. Because it is getting late, I have to go. We will catch up again when I see you on live again. I just hope to. Basil, thank you so much. Take care. All the best on your studying. We'll chat again in the next live. Okay. Have a good night. Bye. Awesome stuff. So when I'm grinding my spices, becoming truth, thank you so much for your comment. I appreciate it. Okay, TikTok, let's keep it up. We got this. Okay. Let's keep the chat going. Guys, feel free to ask any questions, okay? Let me know what you'd like to see in the next live session. I'm thinking that will be on Tuesday. So this might look like a Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday kind of thing. Tuesday, Thursday, it'll be in the evenings. Well, evening my time. It might be nighttime your time, morning your time. I'm not sure, but and then Saturdays will be in the morning my time. So thereabout. Thereabout. Mm-hmm. So right now I'm going to clean the spice grinder so I do not contaminate the spices. I just want to make sure that every spice gets its own aroma without having to interfere with another spice. And that's the thing, when you make your own spices at home, you have that level of control and you also know what exactly is in your spice, your grounded spice, instead of having to buy from the store. So when you grind your own spices at home, that's the benefit. So let me get some kitchen tissue, or kitchen towel. People call it differently. And I'm going to clean the spice grinder and grind the next one. Okay, and I think the next one I'm going to grind is cinnamon. Have you guys seen my cinnamon powder video on YouTube? If not, no worries, because we're going to do it together here. Okay, guys, we're now over 1K likes on TikTok. Thank you very much. Let's get to 1,500. Can we do that? Okay, let's do that. I have some cinnamon here. Now, I have different types of cinnamon. This is like the super, super hard one. Like, it's very hard. Very, very hard. Okay. And then I have the soft one. Which one do you guys use at home? Or, yeah, this is a softer one. It's called Canela. Let me open it to show you. I got this one over last weekend. And this one is a super soft one. It's very soft bark. Okay. Look at it. It looks like rolls of paper. See the difference between these two? You see them? This one is like
Let me show it to y'all here on TikTok. TikTok, you see the hard one right there? See? YouTube, you see this one, the softer one, right? They look so much alike. This one has tighter curls on the inside, very, very thin. This one has looser curls. You guys see that? This is what it looks like on TikTok, on YouTube. The hard one, I think the hard one is called Salon, and then the soft one is called Cassia. I think so. I think so. TikTok, check this out. Okay. Y'all can see that. Okay. All right. Which ones do you guys use? This hard one tends to smell much more pungent, and the softer one smells much sweeter. Yeah. I don't like to mix them. I don't. If I'm grinding the hard one, I grind the hard one and stick with it. If I'm grinding the soft one, I grind the soft one and stick with it. Let me clean this up, and then I can grind the hard one. So let's get that. Okay, just a nice. Oh, let me keep this in the fridge. Okay, so we are going to be grinding, I believe it's called the salmon. I believe so. I have to check my notes and make sure. And sometimes after cleaning the grinder, I find more powder in it from the spice powder. And then I just put it into the container that had the spice that I was grinding. Okay. Cool. Let's clean this up. Do you guys grind your own spices at home? Or do you prefer to get them from the store? I know from the store is more of convenience, you know. If you like get it from brands like Martin and Bassett. Or there's this other one called B&B Spices. Can't burlap and something. Spices. You know, of course it's more of convenience, and there's nothing wrong with that. Especially if you need something right away. Get to that store. Get to that store and get your spice. But if you have time on the weekend, you can always like get the whole spices and grind them yourself. It also helps you know what your spice exactly smells like. If you're on a gluten-free diet, you also get to have control over your spices, because sometimes many of these manufacturing firms grind spices with gluten products. It could be that they are grinding all-purpose flour, but they also happen to be a company that grinds spices. You get what I'm saying? So, Lynn's Amelia, are you talking about starting to grind your own spices? Is that what you mean? By the way, thanks for the gifts. I really appreciate you. Yes, okay. Yeah. It's definitely therapeutic, you know. Yeah, feel free to ask any questions about how to start because I've been doing this. So what? This is 2025. So I've been doing this since 2019. Before, yeah. So since 2019, I've been grinding my own spices, making my own milk, doing my best to bake my own bread because I really had to understand. Um, I needed to adjust some things for my health. That's why I needed to take that extra control and grind my own spices. And then I also realized that it was cheaper to get whole spices, whole grains instead of the pounded version. And I was like, what's the point? If there's a $5 difference, aha, and then I'll get 5 times more. You don't even have to think about it. So exactly, Linz. I think am I saying that right? Okay. So when it comes to a grinder, I prefer Krups, the Krups grinder. Okay, can you see that? Yeah. Even on YouTube, I hope you guys consider Krups. I have this one linked in my Amazon storefront. I highly believe that. So this is a second replacement, and I believe I replaced this probably last summer. I don't know what it is I was grinding in the previous one, and all of a sudden it just shut down. But honestly, it did serve me for a long time. It served me for about for about 5 years, 4 years, 4.5 years, 5 years. You get what I'm saying? So I love Krups spice grinder. They do have another one. The same brand has a type of spice grinder where you can remove the bowl from the spice grinder. And I think that's cool, but I love this one. It works for me. It's very lightweight. I also use it to grind millet flour when I'm making for bread and for different things like that. I also use the spice grinder to make a spice blend. I also use it to make cassava flour. So what I would do is after drying the cassava chips, because I cut it into chips so you can dry it effectively, I grind the dried cassava chips. Hello, Mac. Thank you for joining on TikTok. I will firstly blend the cassava chips in the food processor, so my bigger food processor, and then I would transfer this broken down pieces into my coffee grinder and sift. This spice grinder is amazing. And the reason why it's important to go with a great spice grinder is that you can do so much more with it than just trying to one for get one for most things instead of getting 1 to 1 for different things, So I really hope you like this grinder. I love it. So we're grinding some cinnamon in here. Let's do that. Cinnamon. I have to research exactly what type of cinnamon this is, but I have a feeling it might be. Oh my goodness, that scared me. See, this is why it's important to be careful. I need to get an extension cord. Okay, check that out. Very fragrant. Yes, I need to make oat flour as well. I currently use my blender, which does an okay job. Yes, oat flour would work great in this. Yes, sometimes the blenders can be good, but if you want a precise job, you get a precise equipment, right? So, can you guys see that? See? Nice and grounded, um very flavorful. Okay. Confession time. I made Mexican hot chocolate. I'm gonna say 2 weeks ago, and that's gonna be part of the video that's coming out tomorrow. So if you're liking something new instead of just any kind of hot chocolate, you can look out for that video tomorrow. And the cinnamon sticks I just grinded, that's what I used to garnish the hot chocolate when I was doing the photo shoot. And after doing that, I said, you know what? There's no point in throwing these cinnamon sticks. I dried them. In fact, I washed them really, really well just to make sure to get all the hot chocolate from the interior part of the cinnamon sticks, and just air dried them until they were bone dry. And you know what? I'm glad I did that because there's no point in wasting it. That's what you're seeing in here. No waste. So that's the thing. You get to repurpose the things you use to beautify your food. Cinnamon goes in next. Okay. All right. This cinnamon smells amazing. Even after washing it, even after using it for the hot chocolate, all of that good stuff. Okay. Drink some water. If you're on this live session, this is your reminder to stay hydrated. Drink some water. Another thing I like to do with my spices first thing in the morning is flavor my water. Lately, I've been adding some cardamom to my warm water in the morning. I don't want to say jumpstart. I feel like jumpstart sounds like a very aggressive word for a person's body, but just to get things moving in my internal system, my gut system. That's what I mean. So I will add cardamom to my warm water to start releasing its health benefits. And that's something I do even before eating fruit or any food at the start of the day. So there's that. Sometimes I'll add in some fennel. Sometimes I'll add in some cinnamon. And, excuse me. And grinding these spices helps to make sure that I don't have to be making these spices exactly when I need them. So that's the whole point. Just making sure I am well prepared for the week. Awesome. Oh, you know what would be great? Pastry brush. Here it is. Just making sure it's not oily. Oh, it's been well conditioned with some oil. I think this would be best to clean the spice grinder to make sure to get all those grounded spices in the spice container as I want them. Better than using the kitchen tissue. Okay. I hope that makes sense, guys. Okay. And then after doing this, I'm going to serve. I'm going to show you guys what a snack is looking like. That's the first thing we did when I started the live session. And I think if you've been watching since then, maybe you're just tuning in for the first time, you will be glad to see how the snack turned out. Okay? What do you guys think? Is that something you'd like to see? Hello, Brianna, for joining the TikTok live session. Thank you. Thank you. Cinnamon, done. Right here. That's the cinnamon. That's the cinnamon. Okay? That's it right there. Cardamom, done. Oh, done. Done. Okay? What else do I need? I have nutmeg. I want to say coriander, but I think I'll need coriander for the falafel I'll be making this week. So I'm going to grind some allspice, since allspice and cinnamon have similar flavor profiles. Similar. Because you can smell a bit of cinnamon in allspice. So when I'm grinding spices, I also try to think about that kind of aspect, just in case if they happen to contaminate, it won't be drastic. Okay. Awesome. This is good. Cinnamon, cardamom, done. So, allspice. You're wondering, where'd you get your allspice from? I got it from the Eastern Bakery store. This is whole allspice. Check that out. Whole allspice. See? These are all allspice grains in there. So if you've never seen allspice grains, this is what they look like. I also heard that they're called pimentos. Pimentos? Am I saying that right? Pimento. Let me see. Pimento beans. Yes. Is that what it's called? Pimentos. Let me make sure I'm saying this right. Yes. They're called Jamaican pepper. They're also called pimento. It's another name for allspice. They're also known, they're basically berry. Nice. I'm looking at the summary here. It says that it is a blend. It's often described as a blend of cinnamon, nutmeg, and clove. Check that out. Isn't that beautiful? Okay, I'm just going to grind a bit. Allspice can be a bit overpowering. A little goes a long way. I also will need some of this grains to make some rice and peas in the coming week. And there you go. Just a little bit. What do you guys think? You guys cook with allspice, pimentos? Let me know in the chat. All right, that's next on the list. Okay. Let's get it on. I know you guys keep seeing me grind the spices and put them straight into the spice jars. This grinder will help you achieve that. Okay? Because it grinds precisely. However, if you want to go on the safe route, like what I did on Thursday when making the cashew coconut granola, I had to grind some cardamom and it was more on the rough side. So I decided to sift it to get smoother cardamom powder. So feel free to sift as you see fit. Okay. The blades for this coffee grinder are very sharp. So they are well designed to make sure that your spices, your grains, your herbs, if you want to make mint powder, if you want to make moringa powder and you have the moringa seeds, this will help you out with that. Nice. So the allspice is darker in color. Let me show that to you over here. Yeah, it's darker in color. It definitely looks like a combination of nutmeg, clove, because cloves are much darker, and then that like cinnamon tan to kind of balance it all out. So allspice are amazing to add to your drinks. They're also nice to flavor your meals, whether you're cooking stews or soups. You want that extra depth of flavor? Be sure to add in herbs and spices. I really want to share how grateful I am that you're on this live session with me. I don't take it lightly. Everyone who's tuned in, whether from the very beginning or just joining in, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I really do. I wish I could bake a gâteau for you all to show how appreciative I am for you all. Okay. Okay, so this is that ground spice. Good. And I'm gonna grind one more thing. Yeah, I'm gonna grind one more thing, and that would be coriander. After that, what would you like to see? The dessert that has been forming in the freezer, or serving the soup that I made earlier today? Tell me, I want to know. I want to hear from you. Yes, I do, I do. Tell me. Oh, tell me. Mm-hmm. Tell me what's going on. Tell me. Tell me. Tell me what you got going on. What you would love to see. Serving the Domodah I will be doing that. Becoming truth and the dessert. Okay, we will do them all. How about this? I will serve the Domodah because that's hot. And then I'll bring out the dessert to crown it all. TikTok, how y'all feeling? Hello, Kiki. Tell me what's going on. What would you like to see? Are you good with that sequence? Okay, that's good. Nice one. Okay, let me grind the coriander and then go from there. Nice. Hello to everyone watching on YouTube and TikTok. Hello. Welcome to my kitchen. I'm working on a pantry restock. Okay. So here's the coriander, also known as cilantro seeds. Okay, this is what you use to grow cilantro. I do have a pot of cilantro out there in my garden. It's doing okay. I don't know what's up with it. I have to do some research to see what's going on with it. But coriander seeds. Check it out. See that? That's it. I like to add a little bit of this. I like to grind a lot of this just so I could have some grounded coriander seeds in stock. Yeah. I grind those and use for tea. Ooh. Yes. Linz, what kind of tea are we talking about? I want to know. I'm a tea drinker. I don't do coffee. No. Matcha, tea, matcha or tea, those are my favorite when it comes to hot beverages. So I'm very interested to know about this tea that you make, Linz. Okay. All right. Grinder's going on. We're grinding some coriander seeds. All right, let's do it. It's Indian. I want to know. They told me to drink coriander tea in the morning. I believe you. I totally, I believe you. I totally believe you. I was watching a video sometime last year, and I heard that a lot of Indian homes do this, where they mix. Smells so good. Like you wouldn't think cilantro comes from this. It doesn't even it doesn't even smell like cilantro. It's like a completely different flavor profile. Smells a bit lemony, also like just a bit zesty. Has slight notes of vanilla. I love coriander. I think it's very, very underrated. Plain or CCFT. Yes, cumin, coriander, and fennel. Exactly. I believe you. Another one I've heard of is if you don't use cumin or coriander, you can also substitute either of those with cinnamon powder. Have you heard of that one too? It is this is a good combination for digestion. I used to do that. And I have fennel, I have coriander, I have cumin. So I might need to put together a blend and do that and see how I feel. I think it's really good stuff. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that knowledge, Linz. I really appreciate that. It's refreshed my memory. I cook so many different foods from different cultures that sometimes I tend to forget which one stood out the most unless I wrote it down for good reason. So I really appreciate you sharing that. So you see this right here? I think I got this bag for, and it's like what, 400 grams, almost a pound of dried coriander seeds. I think I got that between $5 and $7.99. If I had gone to somewhere like Whole Foods, unless I use it, I might forget. Me too. Look. Yes, I agree. Yes. So much information. Like you actually need to write it down. You are so right. So right, Linz. So like let's say I went to someone like Whole Foods to like get coriander powder. Just coriander powder. This would probably cost about, let's think about a brand. And nothing against them. I think they do very well. But if we're thinking about cost effect efficiency, and if you're someone that likes to cook a lot, I don't think it makes sense spending $8 per jar at the grocery store for something you'll be using maybe every 2 weeks. I'd rather buy the bag and make the spice powder. Nothing against the brand, nothing against convenience. Of course, if you need it right away, you want to make a rub, please, sure, get it from the store. But if you have the raw ingredients at home, it does cost for convenience to get convenience. And that's the thing, they're charging for convenience. And there's nothing wrong with that. But you also have to think about your own situation. Are you a kind of person that likes to experiment with different things? Then you might want to benefit from getting the whole spice, the whole grains. Okay, and when I tap it down like this, it reduces the pockets in the spice, so I can add more and fit everything in there. And everything is gonna fit in there. I know that for sure. Because I tapped it down. See? All fits in there. All that spice fits in there. All right, we are done grinding spices. We are done. We are done grinding spices. We're done. We're done grinding spices. Let's just clean this up. So I don't wash my spice grinder. I just make sure it's very, very clean. Very clean for the next time I need it. Because I don't want the motor in there to be destroyed by water. Okay? So I just do this. I just do this. That's it. That's it. That's it. This is considered clean. I just make sure to wipe the body, clean it up with a towel, and I just store it away. This is it. And I wrap it up, and it goes right in here. Easy access, but also I put it away so that it doesn't have to be in the way when I'm preparing my meals. Okay, so let's clean the lid up like this. Like that. All done. All done. And I just do this just to clean it off. Make sure it's looking nice. Okay. And all of this color you see on the lid is due to overuse over time. And it's getting its color from all the different spices, especially cinnamon, because cinnamon is brown, and the oil will help the residue's color to stain the lid. And that's what happens when you use it over time. So I just cover this grinder with its lid so that the blade is protected when I'm ready to get the container to grind spices. Okay, after that is done, I'm going to put the spices in my spice cabinet. And let me find a lid for this sugar. Let me see. I think this might be its lid. I don't want it to have any water on it. Okay. And then I can store this in my cabinet. It doesn't need to go in the fridge. It's all good in there. Very nice. This one goes in here. Okay. Awesome. Nice. By the way, guys, I have turmeric that I kept in the spice cabinet. Look. This is TikTok. I'm showing you the new sprout. You see the sprout? It's this one over here. I'll show it to you very soon on YouTube. See? Look at that. It's sprouting. So that once you YouTube, check it out. That's it right there. See? You see that sprout? That's a sprout. And it's sprouting in all these different nodes. And they're white in color, which is different from the green sprout on the ginger. So that means when you plant this, you see that? You see that? See that green sprout? So that when you plant this in the soil, really good soil, see that? You can have your own ginger and turmeric. What's better than that? So I'm going to be doing, I already have ginger in there. Once the temperatures get warmer, they're going to do just fine. They'll grow beautifully. Turmeric, I planted it in one of the beds, but the squirrels have been digging and digging. I'm not sure if it's still in there. Hello, Ashley. Welcome to the last session on TikTok. I'm going to try growing turmeric again. So I realized that when you just put these rhizomes in on dark, dry spots like the cabinets, they do perfectly fine and can aid germination. Guys, are you planting anything in your garden this summer? Talk to me. I want to know. I have quite a bit out there, and I do have a garden tour that I uploaded on YouTube. If you want to know all about it, please check it out. Let me get the door. 1 second. All right. I'm cleaning up, making sure I'm cleaning up as I'm going. I don't need to wash the pastry brush. It's just fine. You know, this is natural fiber, so I make sure to just preserve it as much as possible. Okay. Put this one away. I'll probably grind this cinnamon another time. Guys, it's time to serve the main meal, the star of the live session. Who's excited for this? TikTok. Are y'all tapping the screen? Are you tapping the screen? Let's get to 1,500 likes. Tap the screen, tap the screen. Just don't hurt your finger. Keep tapping it. Be sure to share it. Okay. Tap that screen. Let's get to 1,500 likes. These spice, I would just refill with fennel seeds. I don't really need fennel powder anytime soon. Okay. Oops. All right. We are about to serve the Domodah. But we gotta clean up first. Okay. Let's put this away. Okay. Cool stuff. Let's see. What's a good plate to serve this? Okay, for today, I'm gonna serve it in here. I'm doing that because I really want you to be able to see it. So let's do that. Okay, let's make this nice. See, the millet has formed really nicely. I want this serving to be very pretty. So that's why I'm using this container. Okay. Okay. There you go. Nice one. Very fluffy. Well moistened. Okay. All right. You guys ready for the Domodah? It's coming. Awesome. So the Domodah is quite loaded. Ooh. Check it out. Okay. Look at that. This is pretty good. This is loaded. Okay. Very filling, very satiating. I got some aubergine in there, some okra, aubergine meaning eggplant. Things becoming truth. Diarrhea. Robert, this ain't no diarrhea. It's called Domodah. Okay? If you haven't had it before, I tell you what, you're missing out. Okay? You need this is going to help your gut system recharge. So there you have it. Okay? Very nourishing, very filling. I'm going to have a spoon of that. Describe it to you. But before that, let me bring out the dessert. So he gets a chance to warm up to make it easy to pop it out of the silicone molds. Here they are. Check them out. Okay, let me let it do its thing. The beautiful thing about these desserts is they are cold enough to dip in chocolate. If you want to go that extra mile, Kenyan food? No, Robert, it's not Kenyan food. It is Gambian food. Do they make something similar to this in Kenya? Please let us know. It's called Domodah. Domodah. It's typically made with groundnuts, which are also known as peanuts. And that's how it got its name, groundnut soup. But since I didn't have groundnuts today, I used cashews, and they work just fine. Okay. So here's what it's looking like. I'm going to let it just chill. Since it has coconut oil, it would like try to relax. It will make it very easy to pop out of the molds. In the meantime, I'm going to drink some water so that I can try this. Try this dish. I feel like these desserts are blocking it. Let me get it over here. Nice. Okay. You guys seeing this? Okay, let's try the Domodah first before adding the millet. Oh, bless this food, be healthy, nourishing, and heal to my body. Amen. Okay. It's hot. As in like fire hot. I taste the spice from the habanero peppers. I taste the lime. I think I just needed the soup to kind of like just do its thing, for the flavors to mingle well, for me to be able to taste everything, all the seasonings that were added to it. Okay. I also taste the salt. The salt is just right. Again, if you're tuning in, just joining us live, I have the full recipe on my website at queryphoebe.com. I also have the recipe video on YouTube, so you can watch the recipe come alive via video. Okay, if you want the precise measurements for all the ingredients, you can find them on my website. That way you're able to replicate this recipe at ease at home. Okay, so let's eat some more. It's very delicious. Very, very satiating. Guys, let me know if you have any questions about this. Let's try it with the millet. The millet is nice and fluffy. Again, you can serve this Domodah with your grain or starch of choice. Grains can include rice, brown rice, white rice. I wouldn't suggest quinoa. For some reason, I personally would not like that. But you can use millet. Millet is a gluten-free grain. You can also use other starches like yam, like the African yam. What else? Very, very yummy. Very, very yummy. This is really, really good. This is really good. All right. Let's get one more spoon and then try the desserts. Are you guys loving this? I wish I could share this with you. I wish I could share this meal with you because it's very satiating. And you know what? It can feed a neighborhood. It sure can. It's a very exciting way to even have kids eating more vegetables and cultured foods, ethnic foods, while learning about different ingredients from a young age. That'll be very beneficial for their development, you know, brain development, physical development, all of that good stuff. The red lentils are soft, buttery. It reminds me of what? I don't think I can compare it to another ethnic dish. This is different. Mm-hmm. Very good. Mm-hmm. Mm. Very yummy. Okay, let's try these desserts. See, they pop right out of the molds. Check that out. See, look at that. Very yum. Let's try it. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You can taste the coconut. The first thing I taste when I take a bite into it and chew it is the cardamom. Um, Very minimally sweet. I just added a little bit of honey. It's a bit chewy because it has coconuts in it, as well as the pumpkin leftover. So I made coconut and pumpkin milk last night, and I used the leftover from that milk process to make this dessert. It also has matcha in it, some honey, cardamom powder. You saw me grinding the rest of the cardamom powder today. What else? Um, the recipe somewhere. Um, Himalayan salt, some hemp seeds for extra nutrition and protein, matcha powder, coconut oil. So altogether is like 7 ingredients. 7, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 ingredients. Seven ingredients, yes. So there's that. Y'all, thank you for rocking with me all throughout this live session. It's been quite a delight sharing my recipes with you, my kitchen chronicles with you this entire time. I'm going to let this run for another minute. Let me know if you have any questions. And with that said, I'm going to go sit down and watch a very good show. I feel like I might repeat that movie I watched last night. It's called The Checklist by Amani Abali. Okay, Amani Abali. And that movie was amazing. It's a romantic movie, it's a Nigerian movie. And it was just so satisfying, filled with hope and love. And I loved it. I loved every part of it. Did you guys watch that movie? It's called The Checklist. Nice. Thanks for sharing. It was fun to watch. Becoming Truth, God bless you. You've been rocking with me this entire live session. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining in for another live session. Hopefully to see you in the next live session. Since no one's asking any questions, thank you guys so much. It was really, really fun. God bless you. Have a happy weekend, and be sure to watch out for my next video. Nice. Thanks for sharing. It was fun. Oh yes, thank you. Thank you, Becoming Truth. Is it on Netflix? Oh no, the movie is on YouTube. It's on YouTube. Just I don't want to say regular YouTube because there's YouTube and then there's YouTube TV. Excuse me. Yeah, just normal YouTube. And I love a Nigerian movie and series. Yes, it was excellent. Let me just type it in. So good. Okay. It's called The Checklist by Amani Awali. By Amani Awali. Okay. There's that. I sent that to you. You're coming through. That's that movie. It's very recent. She just shared it yesterday. I'll be sharing the last Mexican-based recipe for the Mexican recipe series tomorrow, 10 a.m. CST. So be sure to check out. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't already, so you'll be able to watch that video. You're welcome, Becoming Truth. So you'll be able to watch that video, maybe add to your meal prep, whatever it is. Let's interact. Let me know what you like about it. All right, y'all. Bye-bye. Mwah. I will chat with you in the next one. Bye-bye. Take care. Goodbye.